All right, looks like we are live. It is June 4th. Fantastic day. Start working some what is it? Canola planting today. Yes, running fine. So be sure to hit the subscribe, follow to the channel. Help out. Having a great day. If you are looking for music during the live stream, please click Twitch. Twitch music there. Yeah. So we're back. Just gonna check the font podcast. Yep. All right. So excellent. So I've already got everything loaded up. Started. Pop up. Get this guy set up on course play. Start planting. Well. Get it. Settings. I forget how to bring up course settings. Sure. All right. Save. Go to control. Course. Control. Course play. Auto drive. I probably have to upgrade the course play at some point. Mini key, chewy is the end button. That's progressing to the same thing, eh? All right. That's what we want. Setting. Fuel threshold. For expert mode. Fine. So, first, look for the fuel cost visibility. I haven't really turns off the vehicle. Stack. Looping. Tool. Return to start point. This one I think I will activate. Raise pool. That I never really checked. Field for clear the course of giant autos. Show course. Penalty. A higher value will take longer. but the path stays more on the field outside of the fruit. Put this at 1.5. I've never changed this factor, but let's move on to this part. So the field is selected. Target position, we'll put this probably right here. Set this up. Headlands we'll probably put in probably 4 because it's a fairly large field. Good. Start work on the headlands. Generate the headland. That's short. Number of round corners. Field center. Center direction. Island bypass. Activated, yep. Island headlands tile. I'm gonna put 1 in, I think. What happened to the option where you can set offset? Did they get rid of that? That was a great option. Field margin. Positive values reduces the field size. Negative increases the field. So I'm going to be adjusting this because the edges aren't that great. Put it at like about to be good. Generate the course. Gonna think about it. What does that? There we go. They'll just hit X. Let him do his job. He's gonna leave the edge, of course. That's fine. Let him go around. I will be operating this pad. This is gonna be too wide. I'm going to get him to be a little bit ahead of me. Yeah, just about. So if I get him go around, hold that up. So he's just mulching. He'll be a while doing that. Probably. Those lined up. Let's see if we have any honey to pick up too. So I think he'll run quicker than I do. But there for now. I think I need to get a water truck of sort back. Have honey there. All right. So I do need to take a quick break. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's. Guess he's gonna be a while. Gonna go down to the shop, a water trail. Or oh, my dog. And you get around food for your dog. Like your dog house. Oh, I'm running over there. Yeah, you're, you are hungry. So there we got food for the dog. Have a boar problem still. For what happened here. Must be damage. Crop damage. That's a crap damage. Probably could be from a storm. Let me see. Have another trailer. Back. Up. I might have sold it already. Yep. Sold. Means we'll have to buy another one, right? All the way back to shop. Teleport there. Back. There's a Mercedes Benz and JCB. I think they use JCB. Australia. Use this one. Yeah. Hopefully I can connect the trailer to the this. What else do we got? Mercedes Benz. I know the Mercedes Benz a little bit more. We have this one. Oh my god. Look at that. That's a log pusher. That's for logging. That's forest sand. What's the difference? Does this go fast? 85 horsepower. Is medium tire, track tire. I probably need something for. Maybe I should go with it, as I might use this with sprayer. 3-point. Change the color. Confirm. Okay. That changes, doesn't change the rest. Okay, well, maybe I'll do a darker. I don't, that's toothpaste factor. Maybe one of those. With that one. That looks a bit better. I think better than that. But that water trailer now. That might be under animal care or something. We have a few of them. I can get this one. 6,000 liters. Something a little larger. One 8,000. That one holds a lot. That one's a ton too. So I might do this one, because this one has propane. I think I need propane for the dryer. I'll buy this one. All right. This up. All right, off we go. Should probably fix my tractor here. Sick. Turn it back on again. Maybe I have to reinstall it, maybe. That could just take a few moments to do. Been acting a little weird lately. I'll just try relaunching it. We'll see if that helps. Trying. Still not tracking. Very well. I calibrate. I did calibrate before the live stream, but it seemed to be cooperate. If the power save system setting. Set this to high. Nope. Gonna be. Oh. It's a very lightweight application. To my other hard drive as well, as I never did before. So, yeah. To the other drive, or drive. That was a quick install. Launch it. Yeah, let's open the beam I-beam tracker. Calibrate. Yeah, it doesn't do it. Yeah, let's just hit save on this. Alright. I'll have to figure it out. May have to save and quit the game. Get it to work properly, maybe. This seems to be a bit of a stick pickler when I have a game open. The other thing too is I don't know if the camera needs an update. So with Beam Eye Tracker, it uses a camera, right? So the camera is out of date or something like that. That can cause problems too. I wonder if I got the tracking software shut off in here. Need to have that in. Awesome. Anti-aliasing, shark control. It might be under devices. We'll get this back to the farm first. So we have another DLC on the way. So let's see how that works out. No more probably in the next few weeks. More realism. I think it's a more focused on implements added. Good. Not sure how people feel about, well, it's another brand. People feel about the equipment. The best. Or just, it looks like it's just mainly field cultivation focused on that. So if people want more than that, have to see. Pumps and hoses is supposed to come in an emergency pack, I guess. I'm not big on the emergency pack. I didn't do pumps and hoses. Some of it I'll in. Like, comes out. See. Especially because I do like to use slurry for spreading. So some of it will be handy. As I think probably on my one farm it'll be very helpful. Because I messed up. I put the fencing in the wrong spot. So thinking I can probably use the pumps and hoses to fix my problem on PV rivers. Is a kind of a thought. Oh, yeah, it's way up here. I went past it. Okay, can I access it from this side? I can. Hold this up. Get the greenhouse going, because that'll get me some money, right? Or items that I can sell. Have a winch on the front? Nope, just for decoration. I haven't used this Mercedes pack before, so I've had it for a while. I got to put it to work. Pretty good tractor if you ask me. That dog fit through here. Oh boy, I don't like that. I wonder if I can sell those. Wait. Yeah, unload that. So yeah, but the idea of mud getting stuck to the equipment should be good on that pack that is expected to be released. So a little bit of realism. I think that was a good measure on their part to incorporate realism functionality and then also have a set of equipment coming. That's what I think anyway. Not everybody would agree with me, but it's one way to put out game improvements, but also with some equipment. Whether people will buy the pack, I don't know. Hard to say. We'll just have to wait and see. But like I said, with the pumps and hoses, I believe I will be using some aspects of it, especially if it connects up to the barn. Um, I don't know if it will do it. I might have to do a test stream or something. And the pumps and hoses get through. Just to play around with all of the components and everything like that. See if there's any improvements. I probably won't bet on any improvements. And I make that comment because the Straw Harvest DLC, that's made by the same modders, right? Or group of modders. I haven't really seen any changes. It's just basic options to improve the existing mod to work with the current game is sort of what I've noticed, at least. Like, I think it's Connect modding and Wobster. They could do a lot more with the pallet. The palletizer is used for other mods, or I mean, sorry, other industries too. Like canned soup, as an example, having a palletizer for sort of animation incorporated. Great. I feel that they're probably missing out on some of the cool stuff that they could do. To get him on the straight road. Let him straighten out a bit. And I'm going to stop him. I'm going to try to fix the tractor. So you get him. It's always good to stop equipment right where they are. Just make sure that you set this to them. Make sure that this is a nearest waypoint when you activate them. So you will save the settings. This quit. Set up the track better. I can fix it. Reload it. My live stream, something I'll mention too, for the train mod by JD and Doc a lot. I am slowly kind of editing that live stream. That was done quite a while ago, but um, I've noticed that people continue to reference that live stream, whichever purpose. So it is a 5 hour live, a 5 hour long live stream. So sort of watching it through, and I'm doing edits to it to shorter. I'm also editing to put some chapters in to make it easier for people to find specific stuff out of the specific information out of it. So I didn't expect that particular live stream to continue to garner traction. So I thought, well, I might as well edit it, adjust it. Just takes time for me to do that. So I usually spend probably 20 to 30 minutes uh, a day or something like that watching the video and then making some adjustments with the computer. So hopefully it'll be a little bit easier for people to utilize. My style of the reason I think the live stream is so long is that my style of live streaming uh, is a bit different. So there are content creators that live stream tutorials, meaning that they will demonstrate the use of the equipment and hand out information. However, those folks um, generally have a huge team of um, basically moderators. So when they have a live stream, they will limit the amount of engagement that they have with people, and they will leave that up to the team of moderators to take care of that. So, as an example, if someone asks a question or whatnot, the moderator would step in and answer the question, unless it's something that the moderator know. So, like, there are certain questions that people will ask that may not be related to the content. They might ask a question. Farming Simulator 25, can I get that on console? Which, or they might ask, can I get this particular mod on console? And it might be quite evident there might be no. Sometimes people may come into the live stream at a different point in time. They might be there at the beginning. Certain details have already been shared by the live streamer at the beginning of the stream. And so what happens is if the question gets repeated, usually the moderator will answer the question inside the chat while the person that live stream. So all of those little tricks and stuff like that, or having moderators do that type of work during the live stream helps the streamer um, keep the live stream shorter and to present new relevant information is how it kind of works. So for me, my style is a little different. I just answer the questions and I kind of moderate at the same time and have more of a casual approach to how I tutorial live streams. So it's less structured, right? The downside to that is that it tends to be a longer live stream, something we'll probably covered in about maybe an hour or something like that, right? Could be. sorry, demonstrated a lot. Takes me a little longer, but engaging with uh, people on the live stream as well as demonstrating. So different style, different approach. I usually try to keep it a bit structured, but doesn't always work out. Um, Mind you, the structured approach, which does work, it's not for everyone. So, that sometimes whenever you're live streaming, people, you know, want to know that you recognize that they're on the live stream. 'Cause it could be my camera. Let's check that. So yeah, if you have it too structured, right? There is a little bit of a coldness, which can't be helped. Just the style of how the live stream is being done. Those are usually you'll see a bit of a coldness with demonstration live streams. So like if a new DLC comes out and someone demonstrating or something like that, right? So unrel questions that are that are not relevant to the live stream generally will get ignored. Just how it is, right? Just to save time and to save focus. Right? So some viewers will take offense to that, some will not, right? Just depends. But I think garnering that type of audience takes a bit of time, in my opinion. It just takes time, right? To get the audience to be aware. I think I'm probably firing. Okay. Been a while since I've used it. So calling it out like that, well, doesn't sound very, but you have to realize that this live streamer is focused and on presenting a lot of people that are more interested with the product, stuff like that, right? So it's a bit of a balance comes to that kind of probably read. We'll put it on desktop. Fine. So that But there's some, honestly, there are some professional live streamers that don't even activate chat, especially if they're doing a demonstration. Just simply lock it out, not enable it at all. Especially like product streams. So like if you go to, I don't know, like game or a hardware. So it just depends. It kind of fluctuates, really. Track and test it out. See what happens. Well, it's perplexing. I'll have to figure it out later, I guess. It was a bit of a problem from time to time. Oh well. All right, let's reload this up and then we'll get back into it. I'll have to figure it later. But as I was mentioning earlier, yeah, slowly editing that. So some edits are already in place. People can watch it. That's what I've been doing with that. That way, people who do want to know how to put the trains onto the tracks and stuff can do so and use that video. So I made the decision because I noticed consistently people continue to watch that live stream. So I figure, well, I might as well make some edits and make it a little easier. So I seem to garner more traffic. So go figure. So thank you. So I slowly go through it and watch it and get it edited for folks. So that's what I've been doing. And let's see, we are still progressing slowly with improving the channel, getting more members and stuff, so which is good. Algorithms have changed quite a bit, so there's a lot of people that have noticed their following remain a little static, I guess. Just the way it is. Have to figure out how to keep in the game. The Manitoba map I will be returning to on Sunday. So Sunday will be interesting. Oh yeah, testing. So we'll be returning to that Sunday. So it's not done. Here, let people know that. And then Thursday will be this map. Try something new. So I just wanted to let people know that I haven't given up on that map. Yeah, we're still working on it. Just that I'm doing 2 maps. I will probably return to PV Rivers at some point. To see how things go, right? I generally like to change up things a little bit here and there and whatnot. So, and make things interesting, try something new, as a saying goes. Usually when I'm on Western Australia, I do mention politics a little bit. Nothing, taking a bit of a breather this past week, I guess. Canada just keeps on chucking along. Changing things up. So, like I said, I think mainly the largest topic is probably Alberta separation. That's still there. Like I said, I only talk about it mainly because, well, not every country in the world has the ability to see things, you know, where parts of it can separate and change up. I don't think there's anything really specific that police say. I think they're just trying to figure out the process, stuff like that. So, it does frustrate a lot of people. There's frustration on both sides. It just, oh, hopefully nobody's having a heart attack over the whole thing. But there are people that are upset about it on both sides of the conversation. Because I think people expect it to go quick. These processes aren't going to go quick. When it comes to creating something or doing something, you can have basically a foundation idea, right? Of how to go about doing it, right? And that goes with companies too. People don't realize that with companies. Companies do that as well, right? The first initial product that comes out, right? If they have a great idea, comes out, generally it's stuck, right? Just does. Right? I never buy the first piece of hardware on an idea, a new idea. I never do. I get generation 2 when the second gen comes out. Because, well, I've worked for large companies for products, new product ideas that come out, right? In the past. And it's always the first generation always sucks. Just the way it is. And I'll just be blunt, and people will probably hate me for saying this, but the people that have the most amount of money to spend, you know, usually they have pretty penny or a big pocketbook, right? They tend to be the suckers that dump a lot of money into a product that ain't going to be that great, right? You can see that with all sorts of things. And then Gen 2 comes out, right? Gen 1 is generally more expensive in most cases, unless they're an established company. Maybe it might be fine for to say. So I can't say it's for all situations, but new product idea comes out, first gen is going to suck. But usually people with it'll be more expensive. Really. Gen 2 will be a little bit cheaper. And it will be far better than Gen 1. So initial startup is more expensive because you don't have the supply chain, right? The other thing too is you don't have any background to decide whether or not the product is good or bad, right? You only learn from that whenever people actually buy it and they start utilizing it and they come in and they provide criticisms, feedback, or complaints. Once the feedbacks, criticisms, and complaints are tallied by the company, they use that information to better improve generation number 2. Then the other factor too is, depending on the company, they may not have the supply chain. They also learn new methods to better improve the product supply chain. So they might be able to source products and parts, or find better partners in the long run, right? In making the product better and cheaper and more affordable. The other factor too, because it's more expensive in the initial stages on Gen 1, the people that are spending the most, right, on that, like people that have a very thick pocketbook, they're the ones that are holding the anchor on it. So even though it's like they're getting maybe a product that might not be ideal, they're the ones that basically, get the initial investment put in, and eventually once they get that, pays for basically better supply chains, better products, more R&D, more eyes on product long, right? Now, when Gen 2 comes out, you'll get more consumers in there, right? And when that happens, that means they make more money, so they can make the product because they get more revenue coming because there's more people buying. Is how you have to look at it. Even though it's being sold cheaper, Gen 2, right? Put that on. Gen 2 is being sold cheaper. They still are making a lot at the end of the game. Yes. And so that they can market it cheaper because they got more people buying it, right? So making it cheaper is a strategy because it opens the market wider, right? Plus, you'll still get the 1%, right? That you had previously. They will buy Gen 2. They'll want to buy Gen 2. So the people that bought Gen 1 will buy Gen 2, right? And that's just sort of how marketing sort of works. Yeah. Now, with regards to the whole political aspect of it, the same thing goes there, right? So if you've got no framework to experiment, really with politics, how it works is that, well, you'll have an idea or a concept, right? And what will happen is you just go through the motions. People will complain. They'll put it into the court system. They'll use the political system, whether that's firing and hiring politicians, right? That's how it works. So that's pretty much where we're at. We're in Gen 1 phase when it comes to separation, right? So even though we're going through this process and it's longer and stuff like that, they're literally writing books, right? Canada has gone through, I think, probably two referendums in the past. Where in Quebec, they were both unsuccessful. Alberta is now holding the first referendum. So each referendum through the process and everything like that. I think the first two referendums, there wasn't even a foundation. Right? There was some lawsuits and stuff like that. It went up to the Supreme Court, and then they created what's called the Clarity Act, and I think they amended it into the Constitution as well. So that created basically a basic foundation. Now, what the Alberta referendum is using some of that already, but now further clarity is going through because it's going into the court system, stuff like that. So that they're basically fine-tuning the process of it. Costs money though, right? But as long as someone go ahead and take you to court on the matter, well, there you go. So every time a court case happens or whatnot, that's where you start seeing new rules and changes to how it all plays out, right? Politicians are learning how to go through the process as well, right? Different strategies and stuff like that. People on both sides of the fence, whether you're for or against, right? Politicians figure it out. And people on both sides of the fence are looking at other examples, right? So obviously the Quebec referendum stuff, they look at what has been done there, but something else to take into consideration is Brexit, right? So where Britain separated from the EU, right? So all of the court cases that from that is looked at, as well as all of the different, approaches going in and out, the cost, stuff like that, all of that being looked at as well. Canada, in a way, is like a mini EU or European. And the reason why it's not exactly the same, right? But fairly close. It's quite possible the EU may have used certain concepts of how our confederation is set up to develop these, right? Now, the reason why I say it's very similar to the EU is because we give the individual state that we have in the Confederation. We call them province territories, but I'll say the individual states. The individual governments that run those particular states have more autonomy and more control measures compared to a governor at the state. They have more say over the resources, stuff like that. Not 100% say, but have a little bit more autonomy and have more of a say, right? What's going on, as opposed to a little bit less there is some oversight from the federal government, but not as much, perhaps, compared to the United States, I think. So, like, Congress and the Senate probably has more say a little bit, or can put their thumb in on it, right? Whereas here in Canada, I think the provinces have a little bit more control. Not to say that the federal government doesn't try to, claw back a little bit more power, but those lines are clearly defined, right? Certain provincial powers and there's certain federal powers. That's how it works. So in that notion, individual provinces and territories have different, ways of doing things. Just similar to the EU, where there you've got different countries that do different things too, right? France versus, Greece. So the other thing too is we use Commonwealth government. So that's where Brexit comes into play well too, right? Great Britain is part of the Commonwealth. They have a Westminster Parliament. They have Westminster parliamentary system. Canada and in the legislature is basically for the individual state itself. So that's why we can look at aspects of Brexit, Britain's exit from the EU. They look at that, what are the ramifications? And it's looked at from both sides of the fence, for and against, right? Because there are some people that argue that Brexit wasn't the greatest thing, and some people that say Brexit was the greatest thing, right? Get it on both sides. All right, I think this already taking care of it. I think I'm gonna fold this up now. Go ahead and another. Oh yeah, there is about a third one. Probably should. That works. I'm gonna fill this up though. But what I will say, there's a lot of legalities that are happening. That's for sure. All over Canada. And it's going to go on for quite a while. Even, let's say, hypothetically, a separation does happen, right? You can expect a lot of legal challenges afterward. Some people think, oh, well, once you separate, that's it. You're in it for the long haul. So there's always going to be a cost And there will probably be some people that say, great, works out, right? But there's always going to be some people that will say, man, this was the most stupidest idea ever. Why did I do this? Or why did I support, right? You gotta get it on both sides of the fence, right? Um, Simply because, people promise things a certain way, right? Maybe you may get that, but you might not get that in your lifetime, right? And regardless of any changes in situation, there is always going to be someone that's going to benefit from a change more than others. It's never going to be equal. That's just how human society works. Right? But they will always appreciate your support, right? People that are always on at the top, no matter what you do, right? I'm going to go down to the shop and fill up while we're heading this way. The other thing too is, myself, I'm not an Albertan, but if I was an Albertan, I would definitely pay attention to what everyone is saying, right? That is leading the charge on it. What do they stand for? They may say a lot of things that you might, but there's always a laundry list of things that are probably not what you want to hear, right? So I won't go into the full list of it. People make their own decisions on it. I don't really any specifics of that nature. As I'm only mentioning this because it's the changes of what's happened in Canada and everything like that, right? That I'm just talking about. On a positive note, for resource management, like I said, we're still working on concepts for pipeline. That's still in the work. Have to see how it works out and stuff like that. I think by July 1st. So we've got about a month here for public projects to be submitted to the Canadian Public Projects Works Committee. I can't remember what it's called, but that's the name I'm giving it anyways. And basically, anyone that wants to do a project, like a province or something like that, needs to submit a proposal to that particular committee. They look at it and they either support it, whatnot. Right now, we got some MOUs, members. Sorry, that members? No, and memorandum of understanding is saying, well, this is a concept that we want to work with, and we're going to be working to look at checking the list. So it's basically, we want to do this. This is what and two parties agree on it, and we're going to start working on the process of getting it done. Right? That particular term has been capitalized quite a bit in Canada. I think use it quite a bit. I've noticed that in the United States, they are starting to use that terminology as well. I think even Donald Trump has used it twice, I think. Probably thought, well, that sounds interesting. What we should do. Which is more correct terms. Instead of saying, well, I got a trade deal. Right? Or whatever I'm gonna say, right? Certain trade deals didn't, they had certain things signed or whatnot. Well, I got a deal, right? I think it wasn't really cornerstone too much in the States. And then as you notice, probably certain trade deals have fallen through or changed. So now I think I've noticed some US lawmakers, and I think even Donald Trump has started using the word MOU instead, which is probably a little bit safer because if it does fall short or fall out, you can say, well, technically it's not a trade deal. It's just, a concept that we're working, right? Um, and I earlier on it was like we got a deal, right? Now we notice later on certain deals have fallen through. Uh, you know, issues with Britain, the EU, right? Initially there was some certain things signed, but they've just fallen short, right? In politics it makes it look bad. It's like, well, I thought you had a deal, right? Because you said you had a deal, right? But then it never happened, right? So then there's the fallout at the end, right? Like, oh God, now I look like an idiot, right? I never made it anything happen, right? Nothing uh occurred. So as a result, now you start hearing MOUs, right? Which is we're in the process of making it happen. So starting to see other countries starting to use that. We've been using it all along from the beginning, and quite a bit safer that way because then you're not setting false expectations for your voting base thing. People will still be upset. That there is some people that still get upset with that because it's like, well, we want it now, right? Um, but in business and politics, well, more in business, there's a lot of things that you know uh, you do have to set some boundaries on release dates and stuff like that to be clear because you don't if you're not clear on it, um, and you say, "Oh, yeah, sure, we're gonna have it out." That's why I guess release dates is usually a good example, right? People say, "Well, how" they used to say, "Well, we're gonna have it released on October 2nd," right? Now they've changed the terminologies to like, "Well, the 2nd quarter or the 3rd quarter," right? Um, just to be safe because sometimes things go as planned. But as soon as you put a concrete date on it or concrete information, it just gets you into trouble. So that's why companies stay away from it. Government does that as well. Got speed. Have to find a solid hurdle. Myself, I don't usually set too much expectations simply because have done that type of work I'm not a politician in politics, but I have worked for very large companies. And I understand the terminology, right? Also dealt with customers on the other end, you know, that have said, well, you said this, right? That's why companies have learned not to set full expectations until the very last minute. There's good things and bad things about the whole thing, because, well, you have to find the fine balance of how much information you can and cannot share, right? Uh, and you have to find the right healthy medium on it. If you don't, you're gonna run into problems on both sides of the fence, right? So you're never going to make everybody happy, but you need to find the right method to ensure that you're in the middle, right? Or that you're appeasing the majority. That's the thing. And politicians think the same way, and CEOs think the same. So, or business owners think the same way. It used to be a lot simpler, I think, in the 80s, where it's like the customer's always right. Right? But over the years, you know, I think it's become less about the customer. There's still an overall illusion that the customer is the main factor, but realistically, it's the stockholder really that that really matters the most. Or how much you're making. Not every company or business works that way. I mean, there is some that are very customer focused and isn't maintaining just the illusion of it. But go figure. Yeah. So, yes, so we talked about the Alberta separation stuff a little bit. Stuff. You're probably going to hear more about that as we go on. Other countries will hear about it probably. Some of them are already hearing about it. I've talked a bit about the pipelines. Pipelines are still being worked on. Take a while. Military procurement is a topic that I haven't really talked too much. We're still working on that. But I haven't really talked too much about that. I think I mentioned North Korea had their submarines to us, so we are looking at that. I did mention Saab, so we have partnered with Saab, not specifically on the jets, but more or less a step forward with a different aircraft, surveillance aircraft. So that is already happening. The submarine situation is in between Germany and Korea. So, every procurement approach we have been taking basically ensures jobs in Canada, which means that we build, maintain, and supply. So if we do set up a military contract in Canada, it will provide Canadian jobs. Not only will we be building for us, we will be building for other countries. So as an example, Saab, for instance, also has their aircrafts in Colombia and other countries, right? So we would be part of the process of building military equipment for other countries, right? With the submarines, we may have a part in the building mechanism as well, right? The other part of it too is you're using Canadian resources, so Algoma steel from Canada and other components, electronic components, stuff like that. And what that does is it brings in smart people, right? Creates education, it R&D, right? So that means you'll need like what educational centers that are focused on that for the aerospace industry, right? And that's how you start to grow it out, right? The benefit for those different companies is that like Saab or the one from Korea, I'm not sure. It gives their equipment more focus than world. They can also take advantage of the relationships that we have with, NATO allies and stuff like that as well. And our free trade agreement. So compared to, we have had several free trade agreements with multiple different nations across the world, especially in South America, stuff like that. I've been doing since I think I think probably 2016, I think. Um, and they've been established for quite a while, which is a good thing. So everything just compounds. So you take advantage of all of the trade agreements that you've always had all along, compound that with everything else. So not only do you have the materials, right? You also have the free trade agreements already in place, and it just sort of snowballs, right? And that's how you kick things off. It gives you probably a larger chunk of the supply chain, right? Cover the manufacturing and the resources all together. So at the moment, we will still take our time to decide whether we want to go with Germany or we want to go with Korea. That the Korean package also means that we'll also be building tanks as well. I'll go field to build tanks, because they do have tanks that need to get built and sold to Europe, because they do have some. The Korean company has interest, and folks from Europe interested in buying tanks, so we will be part of it. Well, so it's a win-win situation. From their perspective, they get their products to be more visible, right? It becomes exceptionally more difficult, to compete. So if you have a certain country that's willing to, it's almost like a bit of a sponsorship, really, right? It gives them more visibility, more money dumped in, but I guess thing goes. Some people will say, well, the U.S. military has the best equipment in the world, and I won't dispute that. They have some pretty impressive hardware and stuff like that, right? However, when you set up like different agreements and stuff like that, right? Like with NATO, that, right? Who's to say that, in some of the agreements, they say, well, you need to make sure that your procurement is done with the United States, or you need to invest in the United States, right? That could be the trade-off, right? So as you look at it, that means that U.S. R&D gets a huge boost of funding, right? And of course, other contractors have a hard time getting access to that, like Saab and the Korean company, or any other company in the world, right? They don't get the access to that R&D funding, right? So it means that, due to a monopoly, as an example, right? And it's quite possible that that could be what might be financing the success of U.S. product, right? So you start seeing that go away. People don't invest or buy into those jet programs like that. That gives a foot in the door for those other companies to get in, access that R&D research money, stuff like that. Now the other aspect of it, as more money gets funneled into Saab and these other companies that manufacture it, even Ukraine as an example too, right? They're building their own drones, right? If it becomes a great idea, that means more money in, right? When more money gets put forward to there, that means more jobs. You'll have a brain drain, right? And if people are buying less products from one company, right, that normally gets the R&D funding, get U.S. company, right, that normally gets that. If there's less funding, that means they have to do more layoffs. So those people that normally work for those companies could easily get hired on elsewhere. These other companies transferred. So that's basically how you have to kind of look at it. So in present day, you can say, yes, this is the best tech here. But over time, if people start looking elsewhere or moving their money into other companies and stuff like that, you can start seeing it diminish, right? The focus of and all that money gets channeled elsewhere. Sort of how you have to kind of look at it. So for Canada, we can make that change. Say, well, we can be very impactful, right? We've got the trade, we've got the manpower, we do have people that have the expertise, and right, and we also have the resources, right? And so if another country comes to us, says, hey, we'd like to come up with, a procurement plan with you, but we'd also like you to go ahead and build our equipment. Okay? They can easily jump on that pretty quick. Which makes Canada well positioned, right? A lot of the deals that we've always done with the United States has always been kind of set up like that. Even the F-35 jet program, right? There was expectation that we would build some of that. So we have always set ourselves up as a country that would, if we take on procurement, we would have involvement in the building, stuff like that. That's how we create jobs. That's how we get our resources utilized. And it's not just that. There's other things too, right? I'm missing a line, but I'm gonna have to come down this way, I think. I think I will say this, we have been very stagnant. Like, I think for about, like, 10. I mean, we have done some pretty amazing things, I think. But there is a lot of stuff that I think we needed to change to different. Sometimes you get complacent, right? You set up a model or an idea of how you're going to run things and you just go with the flow, right? Like, people are happy. Why rock the boat? I do things differently, right? So I think a lot of the stuff of how we had always done things traditionally in Canada just doesn't work anymore, really, right? So we have to rethink and say, well, we got to get off our fat asses and start doing things differently, right? And that goes from the top down, right? From politicians. You need to have politicians that are willing to put in the work, do things differently, right? Mark Carney gets criticized quite a bit, but he's out there doing things way differently than probably some of half of the other politicians. I think most of the other politicians, current politicians, are just poster boys that look at statistics, right? Um, and I'm like, that just doesn't cut it, really, right? People in power that are willing to go bold and do things differently, with the framework that's set before them, right? And that's the truth of it. Do I agree with everything he does? Not entirely, but I kind of understand his method of thinking. Uh, and it's sound, right? I would say he's a smart politician person. Is he perfect? No. Right? The opposition leader, I don't think would be able to do it. The guy basically, I think, has some ideas that are there, but I'm not entirely confident he could pull it, what he wants to do. And he'll probably piss off a lot of people, divide a lot of people. That's just not going to work, right? I prefer more middle-minded people, uh, that are willing to use, aspects from both sides of the fence to make things work. A pragmatist, basically, which is sort of what he is. His job isn't easy by any any state of the imagination, right? Because you're trying to make everything work, right? Some people just go in there and they look for going to it this way. So we'll just have to see how it all plays out. But for now, I say he's doing all right, I guess, for now. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But I think people would just expect things to move quicker. And most CEOs will understand, right? Companies, it takes a lot of work to change policy and get things moving in the right direction. Especially in a democracy, right? If you shove so much policy through and so much change through without proper consultation, then you don't have a democracy at all. You've got a dictatorship, pretty much. That's the reality, right? Now, granted, the individual doing that may get the authority to do that based on their the way the governorship is working, or how government works, right? With the laws and everything, right? Well, that's the downside of, I guess, democracy. Everybody gets an equal say in it, right? And you get the rights to and analyze the situation, which does take time, right? Whereas if you've got a dictatorship, well, the guy just has to says, well, this is how it is. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. So. I guess we'll just see how it goes. But like I said, changes don't come quick, even for companies too, right? Uh, I think it was especially large companies. They say, well, it's like trying to change the route of a ocean liner or a cargo vessel. A speedboat can go ahead and change on a dime. Well, maybe not on a dime, maybe a jet ski, right? So people usually expect jet ski responses, but you can never get that with a company, right? And then you try to do that with an entire nation. Well, it takes time. But people set the expectation, well, we want jet ski response, right? But it's not realistic. uh, Especially with a democracy. All right, I think we got that all set up. All right, so that to the end. I think that'll cover my conversation on those types of topics. There's so much I could go on and on about, but I like to try to give highlights, not get too dragged into everything. I think I'm going to run out of fertilizer. So I have to go and pick some more up. Do that. But that'll give time for the John Deere to continue mulching. The other benefit too of me putting the canola here is that I think I have beehives close by somewhere. So they like flowering crops, then you get like a bit of a yield bonus from that. People forget about that. You know, if you put potatoes work the same, any flowering crop, base game will work. So I think it's good to have, and I think the yield is in the amount of honey. Because I find that when I have flowering crops down, I get more honey. Here. So eventually, once my fleet grows more, we'll start seeing more courseplay and auto drive. I'm already using courseplay at the moment. Got John here on courseplay. But as my fleet continues to grow and I make more money, I probably will add in a lot more automation. Same with on the Manitoba map that I'm doing, but like I said, I just started on that map, so it'll take a bit of time to get up and going. I will be putting a grain dryer on here, so we can expect some grain drying to basically get me a higher yield. Well, not a higher yield, but higher profit for that. I'm probably going to need to sell a building over there. Maybe one of the barns or something. Sheds. We will see. If I end up buying another field, fertilizer. Head back into town and pick up some more fertilizer. We will we'll see. The field over there, I do want to do cows. I want to do all sorts of other things too. Have to see. But as you know, the area over there is very small. I have a lot of space, so. But most those buildings are sellable, I think. I can make some adjustments. So we will have to see about that. I also want to do some straw harvest DLC stuff. So we'll have to see about that, which will mean space. So I will probably buy another field and then that one can be turned into like barnyards or farms and stuff like that. So mind you, I do have this field over here that's like done. Right to the left of me here, this here. So that's quite a bit right there. I can make a lot off of that. So, like I said, I'm just starting out, so take me time to get all the equipment together. Everything firing like 12 cylinders, I guess. Right? Overcharge. And I'm not doing season. That way I can progress a little quicker. Get up and running faster. I still need to set up like an auto drive route as well. Figure that out. Something else I want to do is try to do some landscaping. See if I can sell fencing and stuff like that. Just to make it a little easier to go around corners at the farm. Maybe rearrange a few things. Potentially. Make it a little easier. We're making it through. The other thing I want to do is I want to edit this yard a little bit, I think, too. Seems to be... There's like a fence around there. I want to try to take out the main fence. I don't know if I can. But we will see about that. To figure that out. Usually you need to own the land to do that, but there's like mods that are out now, right? That will allow you to bypass that to a degree. So we will see. All right, let's up all that stuff here. Fertilizer. Been around here. What else? The ZCA pack for the trains. There is an update available. I haven't played with it much yet. It's having to do with the track. So you can... He's added another set of tracks for you to go uphill. It looks like you can put a hill down, like a small hill, and the tracks can align with it. So he's made some modifications with that, which makes it a little bit smoother. So that's not JWeezy, that's the ZCA. Canola is the modder. But like I mentioned in my live stream 3 months ago, you can use JWeezy's train tracks and Zodaloc's train tracks together. You can use the trains, or sorry, the locomotives and the cars from both tracks. Sorry, both modders packs together in tandem. So should be no problem there. I was looking at it the other day. I still have to install it into my TV Rivers map, because that's where I'm building my train. But I haven't really seen any other tangible changes to both. I've read the comments. Some people want to see CN trains added in JWeezy's pack, but I haven't seen any response. So have to wait. I'm still waiting for a what do you call it? A versatile combine. I can't remember. Eco something is the modder's name. I can't remember the name. But there is one in the development stages. I believe it might be available on Patreon, but of course you need to pay, right? Paywalled, I guess, in a way. You gotta join the Patreon to get access to, you know, mods that are being worked on and stuff like that, right? Early access privileges, I guess. I tried to see if I could... I only know that because I tried to see if I could get download access, but no. But I pay money to get into early access. So we just have to wait until it gets on the mod hub, I guess, and uploaded. I know it's supposed to be available for console and for PC. So I just have to wait. Be patient, I guess. There's some people that had commented that they would like to see the pipe be longer, so you can put a larger header on the combine. There is also some comments from folks that have been requesting that the grain tank be larger on that particular combine. So I guess some unrealistic features added, I guess. I got a problem here. So that might be, delaying, perhaps? I don't know. So I just have to be patient. I probably would be okay with the larger grain tank. Be good. I don't know what the size of it will be. If it's fairly small, then having that upgraded would be fine. I kind of like modders to have there are some modders that have a realistic and unrealistic mode. I like those modders that add that flavor, and that way it gives you the choice to be realistic or not realistic. I use some unrealistic and sometimes I use realistic, right? Put this down. So we will have to see what happens, I guess, at the end of the day. Oh. But I'm very much versatile. Pro versatile. Or Ford. Versatile or Ford. I think Mark Thor is the one that kind of got me into it. Back in Farming Simulator 22. Wowzers. Thank you so much for the Twitch follow or subscription. Or wait, no. That's YouTube. For the YouTube subscription. But yes, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. And welcome aboard. So, yeah. Man, that is so loud. But hey, at least it means that I'm paying attention. It gets my attention. That's one. It's my own fault too. I built that one from scratch, by the way, that alert. So it's actually what is it? Not Stream Elements, not Streamlabs. Forget what the app is they use for my. Look it up. Yeah, StreamerBot. Or. Not really well known, but it is available, so I built that. I'm glad it works too. It just sweeps in like that. Thanks, people. It's great. I love it. But yeah, thank you and welcome aboard. For what my subscription account right now. I do have plans to do a community 24-hour live stream once I hit 1,000 subs. On one day, so that we can celebrate, which will be great. And like I said, I got plans to make it very open. So what that means is that because I do have people that are on console that are part of my community, and so I will be setting up basically a multiplayer map so that people can join in. And I'll be eliminating DLCs because I thought about that. It's one thing to go ahead and open it up for console players, but then I thought, well, the other part of it is that not everybody has goes ahead and buys DLCs for the season pack. So, which is something that sometimes uh, I can overlook. I'm gonna fix this up here. Doesn't look like it. I'm just gonna go up to here. So yeah, I thought about that, and I won't be having DLCs active, and I will choose a map that's available for console players. So that's another thing. And then the plan is going to be very big, but not too elaborate. So something that everybody can participate in together. So what I want to do is basically a corn silage harvest, right? Something that everybody is roughly familiar with doing. That's a lot of fun, where everybody can be a part of the same project, right? Instead of having like one person doing raw failing contract somewhere else and another individual doing like, I don't know, combining a canola field and one person doing planting. I plan to have, instead of doing something like that, I'll have everybody working on the same project during the live stream. I'll be editing the map, so putting corn like on every field. And then I would have a setup of all the equipment, and we would put down silage bunkers and filling silage bunkers pretty much. So, and that's quite a bit of work too, because then you've got a number of forage harvesters out there doing the work. And then you need to have a number of folks with tippers, right? Then you need someone doing the compacting, right? So it's pretty good. Also, I'm kind of curious to see how much silage you can really from an entire map. So I would probably choose I think it'll probably be this map, most likely, or something similar to it. So have every freaking field set up with corn on it, ready to harvest, and then just get out there and have fun. So that'll be the plan. And then the other part of it is I'll be streaming, but I will also be having other content creators in the farming niche join well to live stream. Why I'm doing that is because a lot of them have helped me over the years to build my channel to where it is. So it would be great to have other content creators join and live stream. All right. So their channels will be broadcast as well as mine will be broadcasting. So myself, I'll be doing the full 24 hours on that particular day when it happens. And then, you know, as content creators get off work, you know, do their regular day-to-day life schedule, right? They get home and, well, I normally live stream at this time. I'll just join in with Kiram Gaming on his map with the whole community. Start live streaming. So, and then give shout outs to those channels as well, to let people know, hey, this is another content creator that has helped journey as well. So support and love to those guys, as well as the people that have subscribed or followed, contributed to the channel as well, right? So everybody gets a little love. So that's when I hit 1,000 subs. And then I just choose one day and do the one day as a 24-hour live stream. I have done 24-hour live streams before, and it's pretty gruesome, I'll tell you that much. I enjoy them. You get doggone tired at the end of it, though. That's for sure. Um, most of my other live streams have been for charity. So with Extra Life, basically that's I think in North America, yeah, we have and that's in Canada and United States. Basically, it's an organization called Extra Life, and it is basically live streamers, video game players, and who like live streaming, and that's who set it up, really, right? They partnered up with children's hospitals throughout North America, right? And they run charity live streams, and people donate to the cause. As a live streamer, myself, I can choose a specific hospital where the money goes to, right? So I've done Vancouver Children's Hospital in the past, but a person from the United States, right? That's a live streamer that loves video games. They could do Houston, Texas, a hospital local to their area, right? And I went with that too because of the cause and how it helps kids in the past through Extra Life. But it was very easy to set up, right? And it goes right in there. The reason why I went with it is that, there's always, people setting up like GoFundMe stuff and stuff like that. People wonder, well, does the money actually legitimately go to the organ, right? Also, I didn't want money dumped into my hands, right? So it makes it a little bit more trusting because it just goes right to the organization itself. And I don't have to handle the funds. I just set up the actual promo page, and then I just direct people to where they do the donation. So set that up. Became a partner. Did that in the past. So what I did for 24-hour live stream in the past, and it's good fun. And I can tell you, I get pretty tired of that. They're doing a live stream like that. Crazy. But it's good fun. Did I run out of stuff? Still moving. So hopefully maybe sometime this summer I'll probably hit the 1,000 gold. We'll do that live stream. It'll be great. Have a bunch of people join. Have a fun time. Multiplayer stream. Trying to hash out a massive silage harvest. Looks like the nitrogen is going down well. I like the fact that I can see Precision Farming's workmanship in the little map area on the left. It looks even too, which is good. Drop that down there. What else have I done? I have added some BC Bueller's mods to, I think, this map and the Manitoba map. Well, so I've added a few of those in here. The sugar beet harvester, I added that in. I want to play with that. And I think, what else did I add? I think some of it's trucks too. Try them out. There's a trailer, a silage trailer, and a grain truck trailer, and then a truck with a truck bed. I did that earlier on, before the live stream. As I pop to his itch.io every. I probably should have checked his Facebook. I think he's got Facebook, but sometimes I find Facebook a little overwhelming as you go in there and you're having to scroll through, I don't know, an hour, I don't know, a kilometer worth of posts, trying to find out what's being worked on and what's not being worked on. All that stuff, right? Becomes a little overwhelming on there. So, and I think he is, I don't know if I'm wrong or if I'm right, but for some reason I got it in my mind that he's also building some sort of versatile combine too, I think. Could be mistaken. So I've been watching his stuff a little bit. So I imagine I'll see a versatile combine at some point. Don't know when, how, or what have you, but gotta be patient. Right now, I'm currently using the Tribine on here. I purchased one. I did that on my last live stream for Western Australia. So it's already on here. Turn to go. I'll probably buy another one. I do want to see if Horseplay will work with it. I probably have to update it, because the version that I have is probably quite old. I keep on forgetting to go ahead and update it, but I'll get there. It worked, but I know that there was some other improvements that the modder was going to implement, so I have to see if there's some updates on it. It's when I start getting to use the actual mod when I start thinking, oh, well, maybe I should see if there's an update. My course play, I probably should be updating it too, and my auto drive. Probably some stuff been released already. Go ahead. And there's a new pack of sensors on the Mod Hub as of this week. So for the soil sampling. So I've gone ahead and installed that too onto this map and the Toba. As you know that we've got some pretty large fields. So having a much larger sensor would be helpful. As of right now, I have been just buying the soil samples. But I might decide to do maybe one field with a full scanner. Just for the heck of it. So we'll see. So I put it on here just in case I have anything the legit way instead of just throwing money at the problem. Right? I don't know if I'm outpacing the John Deere. Hard to say because you have to realize is that I'm also going down and refilling, right? And I would think that it would get a huge head start. But, you know, I'm actually not doing too bad at keeping up with it, really. I mean, there's a considerable amount of distance between me and the John Deere, but well, it's hard to say. My implement is slightly larger than his, so that's something to take note of. Like I had to get the John Deere to do 2 headlands before I started, right? So I went and bought the water barrel at the beginning of the spring. Filled up my greenhouse. Oh, I forgot to turn that on, didn't I? Probably touch that. Oh, yeah, I don't have it on. All inactive. We'll just make everything. There we go. Glad that I started talking about that because I would have forgotten. Nothing else available. Just take a look at it. We have and that. So as some of you guys know, I harvest lavender for tea. So I think for sure next week I will be able to harvest my first crop lavender. So basically I just go out and just trim the flowers off, dry them out, and then put the coffee and stuff like that. They just started flowering this week. So I guess I was right. I think I've been saying June, second week of June, right? So probably I'm planning on doing it next Monday. We're expecting rain tomorrow and the next day. Oop, a fertilizer. Gonna go ahead and trim them out. My newest plant isn't doing that great. I don't know. Well, it's healthy. It's a smaller plant than my plant that I bought last year. But the newer one has like the flower head. I don't know what you call it, but anyways, that hasn't progressed very far. So I've got some budding here, but they're not opening up. So I don't know why. It's a much smaller plant than the the main plant that I have from last year. So that my main plant from last year has got flowers. It's ready. Like I said, get snipped. So I'm going to do that probably on Monday. And the stems are quite wide, quite long, so I can actually cut off the stems at the next leaf leafing area where the leaves are. Just cut that off, and then I can tie them up and let them dry out. Once the drying out is done, then I'll actually cut the bud off, and then I'll just store it in a little bag here, right? That's just basically how it works. And if I do it in June, I'll probably be able to do a second harvest maybe in August. Yes. As for the new plant, I don't know what to expect out of that. Maybe it's just going to bloom a little late. Lavender likes a lot of heat. And it's a much younger plant. So, have to wait and see, I guess. But I'm getting excited about that. A fresh lavender. My main plant doesn't seem as oily as last year, though. So it's hard to say. Hello, Second Chance Gaming. Welcome in. How are you? But it does have some fragrance on it, though. So that's a good thing. So, lavender likes a lot of heat, sun exposure. Like, I know last year I could just put my hand, like, on the stems and the leaves, and I could get, like, a kind of an oily residue off of it. But this year, I'll brush up against the leaves and the stems, but I'm not getting any residue on my hand or any oil on my hand. So it's not as saturated. So we'll see what happens. I know that could change as we go through the summer. Like I say, it could be very heat dependent, right? Sun dependent. Heat and sun. Okay. And it's still early. It'll be the first cut for the two. See. All right, we're at Porgy Feeds lot. Go ahead and fill up our planter. I bought a lot of fertilizer. I'm doing well with seed, though. But fertilizer, it's very thirsty. Building. Oh, I need to get a little closer, I guess. Hit the R button. Spin around here. Our way back. I have to wash this tractor down. And also the seeder itself. actually see the seeds inside? Oh, that's interesting. They're like little cotton balls. That looks a bit. That's kind of neat. Get the rest of the canola plant. But it, right. One thing that I do want to do, um, it's been the back of my mind is seeing if 82 Studios is still making mods. Um, so with him, he used to live stream quite a bit. So he would build his mods. I'm pretty sure everybody knows. Is make some exception pieces of equipment, adds them into the game. But I haven't seen anything lately. So I keep on meaning, in the back of my mind, I've been saying to myself, I should probably do a search if he's still building stuff. It seems like he just sort of dropped off the planet or whatever. So I think probably maybe sometime this week or next week, if I remember, I'll probably try to see if he's still doing it, live streams and stuff. Funny thing with YouTube and on all of that, unless you actively look around and everything like that, it may not let you know that they're actually doing a live stream. Stuff like that. I don't think, what I'm saying is I don't think I'm getting notifications. It's been in the back of my mind. Notification. Gonna have to go hunt down and take a look. But yeah, he used to be active. He would live stream. His kids would be involved. For RevGen on his channel, he would basically do hot potatoes. Which basically he pick up one of his kids and start swinging them to kind of like exercise a little bit. It's kind of hilarious. I don't know if he can do that anymore though, because I think his kids are too old for that now. Be hilarious if he could, because I think his little ones were like around 5 or 6 at the time. So I don't know if they can do that anymore. But yeah, he'd have his little ones jump in and he would be modding and how mods get built, stuff like that, and interacting with the community. I thought it was kind of neat. Okay. But yeah, he put in a lot of work into his mods and stuff. Some pretty impressive and interesting items added in, and plus for console players, I think, for the most part, right? Some very impressive features in equipment and opening it up to console players. Like especially some of his universal auto load components. because it's generally a script mod, right? But somehow he was able to get it to work, I think, in FS22, 25, so that people can universally auto-load on PC and console. Pretty sure it worked on console, because a lot of what he did was he focused on, you know, doing PC builds and stuff like that, but quite focused on trying to get stuff on console. But enjoyed watching him build. Very funny, hilarious. I can't remember where he's from. I don't want to say Spain. I think it's Portugal. It's from Portugal. So, kind of miss seeing some of the stuff he built. The community, I guess. Why it sort of popped him up in my brain. So I'll just have to see if I can go on a hunt, but see if I can find if he's still building things or live streaming. I don't think he is, though. I don't know. He did put out some stuff at the beginning of FS25. I haven't heard much from him. And then haven't heard any mods going out, you know, on the Gohan news channel there. So he might be out of the game. I don't know if he's like completely out or break or not. But that's the one thing too with modders, you know, there's no guarantee that they will stay forever. Okay? There's always the likelihood that they might just say, well, I'm no longer interested in doing this anymore, which is completely valid, right? And they will just move on to something else, right? Like do a different video game. Maybe they just don't do gaming at all anymore. They do something else. Right? That's why I think, you know, some folks usually would, well, I usually say, well, it would be nice to see something added in to the base game, right? Facilitates certain other, because if everything is dedicated just to the modder, if that modder no longer, you know, decides to, you know, mod for farm sim, then, you know, that's it, right? You won't see their work again. Go forward. That's probably why you need to do the inside track first and not the headland. Oh dear. What the heck is that guy doing? Oh yeah, he's returning to, I remember. He's done his work. He's returning to the very first spot. That's a pro tip. If you use Courseplay, They're in the settings. Oh crap. What are you doing, buddy? No, you're supposed to fold up the implement. That's not good. This. I wonder if I can get him to go. Man. See if you. No, he's gonna unfold, aren't you? He's done though. Must have did something. That's crazy. I think he's done. I don't know why he's coming down this row. I think he's complete. I never use that. I've never used that feature before. So I'll just explain, and I was just in the moment of explaining it, but then I had a panic attack, and I was like, oh my god, it's mulching where I just seeded. What else is going on? Let's go through here. I'm gonna park this guy over here. I'll wash him up later. All right. Come there. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Let me just get this going first. Whoop. Peter. I'm just shocked. Crap. Okay, are we on? Yeah, we're going. Perfect. Cruise control is on. I don't know why that happened. There's a few different settings in Courseplay. One, you can set it to allow the implement to be folded up. Don't know if that's on or off. That might be off. Might have accidentally toggled it off. Usually it's on by default. That. But what it was doing in that situation is that it was returning to the very start, the start point. By default, that is not on. Usually it will just stop at the end of the course and just sit there. So there is an option that allows you to have it return to the start of the course. And I decided to do that because this field is fairly large. And if it stopped way down here, it would be just better if I just have it go right to the start position, which is way over there by the shed. I thought, well, that would be a good idea to enable that. So I enabled it. Unfortunately, it seemed to do some work over here. Looks like it dragged it all the way down, and that just made a mess. Which is just too bad. I will have to fix that up. Too. What happened to my course? It's because I went off the field, isn't it? I have to redo this. There we go. That's the in-game version. So I'm almost concluded here. I don't think I'm using as much fertilizer. Mind you, the length over there was a lot longer. Gonna get the canola done. That field behind me does need to be done. I almost think I should have probably put the John Deere on the task of doing that one now, because it's good to have it be ahead. Maybe I should probably do that. I'll get to the end of the row and I'll do that while I'm still working here, because that's a much larger field. Plus, then I can figure out what I might have did wrong with courseplay. I don't think I made a mistake, but it's possible. And at the same time, I can explain what setting I had enabled, so that you guys have a better understanding of what I'm talking about. But like I said, I never used the return to start function before. Usually I'll just let it stop at the end of the course. That's it. But I thought, oh, what the heck, I'll go ahead and try it out. I never used it in 22 or 19 here. So it's actually my first time ever using it. Oh, give this guy a break. Go over here, we'll wash down the John Deere and move it over to the other field, I guess. And yes, I do have a John Deere. It's not going to last. It will get sold. So, sorry, John Deere fans. Will get replaced by a Versatile. Maybe a Mercedes, yes. Probably a Versatile. But this is what was originally put on the farm. I think Farmer Bob is a John Deere fan. And there was, I think, a McCormick, I think. Well, but I sold that already. So this John Deere will get sold and replaced with a Versatile. Versatile or Versatile, call it. Or a Ford, maybe. But for now, the John Deere is sticking around for a wee bit longer. Get more money. We'll go here and we'll set him on course play to the mulching. I think what I'm going to do that probably over here, probably right at this mold here. All right, let's go and set up course. I guess I can turn the engine on. He's almost out of gas. Okay. Gotta hit escape out of there. Make sure you delete the course out. Like no smoking sign usually. Press that. Then you hit CP field. I just click on the target. I like to set my target position. Just put that in front of the tractor. Choose field position, selects the field. Usually it'll detect it automatically. And make sure you're starting at first waypoint. Have our field settings. So I'm probably be best to start work on the center. You can do multi-tool, but I'm one. So my field margin is remembered from last time. It's that 1. I got like number of headlands 4. Good. Smaller fields I usually do like 1 or 2, but this is like a huge field. Sharpen headland corners. Most of this stuff I don't touch too much. You can change it to headland direction counterclockwise or clockwise. You've got settings for ups and even row. Rows follow field edge. Actually, I should probably the good one. Stays on gas. You can do row script direction of rows. Set the island bypass activated. I definitely probably put two headlands. Can do clockwise or counterclockwise on headland. All right, and then you just generate. So you can hit it'll generate force, and it'll calculate. Go generate it. Was a return start. I think it might be setting. Yeah. Allow reverse. That's instead of performing a normal turn on headland, the vehicle will drive a loop. The first headland should have round corner. Activate that, I guess. Deactivate it. Fold tools at course end. So you should have folded it. Return to starting point. So that's what I activated. Return to starting point after finished work. And then it should have folded the implement. Enable/disable automatic folding of implement at the end of the course. So for some reason, it didn't activate this function. So I don't know. So it should have worked. Just go back. Set this to 0. I guess that's going to cost me. You can set your course play drive wages to 0%. Oh, and you can wait for refueling. So this is handy. Also reseating too. So any consumable. So what you would do is what would happen is if it runs out of fuel, it'll just run out of fuel and just stop. Then you take like a tanker to it, and it'll, as soon as the tanker gets within range of the tractor or the implement, it'll autofill. So very helpful. Auto repair, it can do that. So back and then I guess start job. So I set curvatures, so you can see it kind of just goes like this. That's what the contour of the field, if you've got that activated. If you don't, it would just basically be straight like this. So you save gasoline if you curvature. Fantastic. All right, well, we'll let him do his thing. Hopefully, he doesn't mess anything up. Go figure. Work over here. So I don't know why I didn't fold up the implement. I will admit that. How do you activate it? Oh. You mean how I got it to start doing its thing? I'll show you on here. So just set one up here. So let me just generate. So I hit C, which is at the bottom down here. So it's going to generate. I'm going to shut this one off though, and then it says start job. You can hit X. So that's one way of doing it. You can hit X if you're in this menu. The other option is, let's say you're doing something else. You're not ready to start it, right? So maybe you say, well, I've got the field created. I don't want to start it, right? And you're off running around, going to the store, buying stuff, getting into another tractor, whatever you're doing. Then you come back here, right? And you jump into the tractor. Okay, now I'm ready to start. Well, you can hit this play button right here, and it'll start doing it. So that's how it works. Oh, that one? Okay. Let's show you. It's in field settings. And settings in the center. So this option here, rows follow field edge curve. So you want to activate that. I don't have it activated on it. But you activate that, and it'll go with the contours of your field. So turn that on. And that'll save you money. Because if you don't turn it on, like I said, you'll expend a lot of fuel. So just remember that. Yeah. And it does save you fuel. I've tested it out. At first I was skeptical. And then I tried it out and I was like, oh, this is a lot quicker. And yeah, I guess it's quicker and saves you on fuel. So. This over here. I have to activate this. This is the in-game GPS. Why didn't it show up? Lower down. I don't know why it went off. It. Gonna go straight here. Oh, you know what? I bet you the course play course is probably interfering. Let me close that out. and then we'll regenerate the course. That's another pro tip. If you have a course enabled in course play and you decide to use GPS, make sure you cancel out the course play course first and then generate your in-game GPS. I just discovered that now. Probably easy to forget that, probably. All right. Off we go. Excuse me. We'll get this trucking along here. When I get more equipment, I'm going to get more elaborate in the course play. So when I get like a second combine, a second seeder, etc. So you'll probably see me doing like course play setups with multiple pieces of equipment. And kind of some other craziness. And then auto drive too. I still have to do auto drive routes. So you'll probably see that in my gameplay series. On this map and the Manitoba map. Probably a lot quicker on this map because I'm a little bit more established. I got more equipment. Right, and I only did one live stream on the Manitoba map. PV Rivers, maybe, but not as frequently. It's simply because PV Rivers, I do a lot of other stuff in there. I do logging, I do mining, and I do terraforming, which is completely a whole other mod dynamic. As you guys are probably aware, so the focus on that map is a little different. But you're going to see more course play and auto drive functionality demonstrated on this map and the Manitoba map, simply because I'm just getting into just simply doing basic farm work, you know, like doing field work and stuff like that. And plus it's already set up with large fields. Also, this map and the Manitoba map, I've got seasons turned off. So as soon as I harvest the field, I can just get right into planting whatever the heck I want. Right away. I've turned seasons off. PV Rivers, I've got seasons turned on. So that means that, you know, I gotta wait till spring, start planting, what have you. I haven't done a lot of course play and auto drive in 25 because most of my live streams have been on PV Rivers. And that's probably one of the reasons why I decided to jump and try another map that was more focused on, you know, doing more farming and less on mining and logging. So I thought, well, kind of want to get into doing some pretty big field work and AI functionality and stuff. So I kind of jumped on to doing some of this. The other part of it too is that Farming Simulator 25 has been out for well over a year. So auto drive and course play is well developed now. So most of the bugs have already been fixed and cleared out, right? I'm not saying that everything is 100% perfect, but it's more stable that you can utilize it, right? Mind you, I think I'm a couple of months off. I gotta go back to the GitHub and get both versions downloaded or check to see if they have any updates. We'll have to look at that. Hopefully I've got enough fertilizer to get this booted. Without having to go to the shop. I feel it's using less fertilizer right now because I think I'm in a different soil type, right? I can kind of tell with the mini map there. Precision farming looks like it's a lot better as well. So earlier on, I think there was some inconsistencies with how it would apply nitrogen or lime. And you can tell because there would be like little blocks here and there. I think there is still a little bit of blocks I noticed. Not too bad. I've seen it worse. There we go. I'm also going to try to play a little bit more with pumps and hoses, I guess, once it comes out. See what happens. You can do automation with that. I think when that comes out, I'll probably do a test live stream. Because that's a pretty big add-on for DLC. Pumps and hoses, because there's so much stuff in it, right? Probably will do a test it gets released. Way I can play around with it, try it out. But yeah, I'm noticing huge improvements on precision farming. Mind you, I haven't done lime, so to see, I'm not at the point of doing lime yet. Just kind of really cheaping out. My yield's not going to be optimized. Just saying. But as I get more, profit in, then I go and I buy more equipment, stuff like that. Sort of how I do it. And then my yield slowly goes up and up and up. Get equipment purchased. It'll be interesting with the Manitoba map if I might get slightly ahead of this map. I am currently harvesting poppy, and I noticed that I get a considerable amount of money for the sale of just raw poppy on that map. So I think this is like my, third or fourth live stream for Australia. But I don't have any specialty crops to work with, right? So I thought, well, maybe Western Australia would be ahead. So they might even out potentially. It's hard to say. So on the other map, the Manitoba map, I started off with nothing pretty much, except for the one field. So see, but we won't know till Sunday. I think I can get the entire poppy done Sunday. I did give myself a bit of a loan or a starting amount. I think I gave myself quite a bit of money because I didn't realize that I didn't get any equipment in the beginning. So I was like, oh dear, it's gonna be crazy. So I guess I do have a bit of an unfair start maybe on the Manitoba. Also, I bought a Nexat, so I'm on the Nexat. So that one has got a little bit of an unfair advantage, I guess, compared to this one. Okay, I did something. I went out of the field boundary. My bad. Okay. Back up. Just straight. I gotta remember when I come down to this end that I turn on the field and make sure that my implement doesn't go onto the other field. That's what's happening, going onto the other field, and it's just completely like deleting out the GPS. Oh yay, we're getting to the end. So I have a feeling I just need to do one more line down. The looks of it. I hope. Not sure what happened. I have to do another line. We'll see. Have to replant. I have a feeling. Oh, I ran out of fertilizer. That's okay. See, this has got nothing in it. Yeah, it completely ripped it out. Go in, fill up. Head back into town, fill up with more fertilizer. So I decided to do the mulcher on horseplay because there's nothing to fill up, right? Like there's no seed, there's no fertilizer, no nothing really. So for the seeder, what I would probably do is I don't have any auto drive routes right now, but I would have an auto drive route go to those two silos back there. And then have routing to each field with a waypoint. So once you've got that set up, what you can do with Courseplay with the seeder, and probably do that with like I don't know, fertilizer spreader, a lime spreader. So what you do is you set up your course on Courseplay, and whenever the seeder or the lime spreader runs out of lime and seed, what it'll do is it'll fold up the implement, then go to auto drive and use the auto drive course to go to the fill station, fill the implement up, and then return back to the field to resume work on the field itself. So I don't have any auto drive routes set up yet. So once I get that set up, then I can go ahead and start getting the seeder to fill on its own. Alternatively, like I said, you can use the refueling functionality. So I could probably take like a truck or something close by and have it autofill that way too. If you've got that turned on in Courseplay. That guy, see, he's doing the curves. Just doing fine. This field here is the largest, the one on the left with the tram lines. That's the largest field. I think I'm going to hold off on getting that for a wee bit until I got more equipment. It'll be pretty impressive. The other thing you can do too, if you have a fuel station or a gas station or a fuel tank situated on your farm, you can set an auto drive route over the trigger. And what that will do is it'll allow the tractor to drive to that location, fill up fuel. So usually it'll get to like, I think you can set it to a certain percentage. Right, by default it's 5%. You could have it lower if you want, or higher. It will exit the field and go to the fuel station location using auto drive and fill up, and then return back to its previous position and resume work. That's if you don't want the AI helper like constantly refilling. That's what the game AI does. Refill your manure, your feeder. And as it's working along, you're like, how come my dollar value is going down? Now, granted, it's fine. You can do that, but when you're starting out, usually you kind of want to put off extra expenses, right? You kind of want to use that money for something else, and you say, well, I can always fill up later after the harvest is done. I get a big cash injection from selling crop or whatever. So it's not always great having the AI eat away at your resources and money, right? As you might say, well, I can hold off a whole tank of gas. I'm not going to use that all in one harvest. Probably have to get a poster. Hit R. Oh. Usually I go around the building. I'm gonna turn here. Probably fill up on. Oh. Fertilizer seems to be my #1 cost. I think that's carrots. Could you imagine trying to harvest all those carrots? That'd be insane. I don't know what's in that field. I can't really tell. But I think this is parsnips or carrots in the left. I don't know if I would want to do that. It'd take a while. I suppose automating it might be fine. Yes. You probably want more than one harvester, which could get pretty expensive. So I probably would have a fleet of harvesters and a fleet of tippers to operate a large field like that, I guess. Yeah. Doing it by hand would take a very long time. That would take probably, I don't know how many live streams that field. I just did it myself. Feel like crazy. I'm not that crazy, sorry. Could you imagine if I did that for like my 1,000 subscriber live stream and say, guys, I changed my mind. We're doing carrots. I was like, nope, sorry. We're unsubscribing from you now. Bye. You're too crazy and insane. That's punishment and torture to your audience that wants to play Farm Sim with you, right? No, I'm not that cruel, sorry. That's cruelty to myself. Probably need therapy, Farm Sim therapy after that. If I did that myself. Do you imagine doing like a large field on a 16x map? But just carrots without using a mod? Right? Wouldn't that be crazy? Someone probably has done it. Yes, it would be completely brutal. I imagine someone has done it, but I wouldn't be one of those people that would do that. Way too brutal. I probably would do sugar beets, because you can get a decent harvester with that. I probably would do it with that. I could probably do that. That would still take a very long time with a sugar beet harvester, but maybe that would be an extreme maybe on potatoes. I don't know. It's got a small header. Potatoes, I probably wouldn't do that, and definitely not sugar cane field like that. That would be even worse, I guess. Just as bad as doing parsnip and carrot. Great. Cotton? I would do cotton. Cotton's not too bad. Okay, let's turn it. Oh. Right. Parsnips. Yeah. That's just as bad as... That's the same as carrots. No, or onions. Onions, there's another crop. Onions is, I think, a bit better. I don't know. Don't know. Thinking here. See, you have to pick up onions, right? So, I don't know. You're like doing two jobs at that point. I might try automating onions. Do that. I'm curious. I think that's doable. I think that is. Yeah. I might try onions with courseplay, with multi-tools. I might do that. I think I can do it. I think that would be fine. Ah, thank you very much, Mr. Kiwi. And welcome in. Guys, Kiwi has been a huge supporter of my channel since I've met him. If you guys could do me a favor, just hit the link there and give him a visit. And subscribe. There's a lot of great content. Been a good friend. He does all sorts of different maps and stuff like that too, so which is great. I think he's on, what is the map now? I think he's on Willowbrook map. I can't remember the name of it. Willow something. I'm bad with names, so forgive me if I'm getting the names mixed up. I could be way off. For some reason, I got Willow in my brain. Go figure. Onions aren't bad. Don't mind doing them. Yeah, they're not too bad. Oh, you're very welcome, Kiwi. I tip my hat to you, sir. Let me just pick this up. So yeah, I think I'll try automating. Yeah, Whitcomb Park. Oh, I was way off. I don't know why I got Willow in the brain. Understand that. I was way off. Yes. Whitcomb Park, UK. So that's a very popular map that's out now. So he is doing a series on that, a live stream. So check it out. That's probably one of the UK maps that I find impressive. I criticize UK maps quite a bit. Simply because of like the fencing and all of that, and it's very difficult to move large equipment around, but that one don't know. It's got some interesting aspects to it. And I think it's a little bit more friendlier, term gaming friendly, I guess. He is definitely awesome. I agree with you, Second Chance. Um, so yeah, I think I'm pretty impressed with the Whitcomb Park thing, map. And like I said, I don't like UK maps, right? So that's saying something. And I say it looks like a good map. I'm pretty sure that there are probably some frustrating areas on the map, as I have outlined. But it's not as bad as some UK maps that I've seen. So I think one of the most impressive parts of it is I like the hill. There's like this one hill in the map that has trees on it. I think that has been beautifully designed on the map. I don't know. There's something about that hill. I'm pretty sure everybody knows which hill I'm talking about if they've watched the live stream or played them. Kiwi, I know I know you've been on that hill. I've seen you on the hill a few times on your live stream. I think you know which hill I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm just memorized. Especially, there was one live stream where it was winter and there was snow on it. I don't know. It looked magical, as the saying goes. Okay, I'm going to head to the end here because this is where Courseplay kind of just fuddled everything up. And it didn't fold the implement. Oh, you guys know what I'm talking about. Go fix it. I have to go. I'll just go right here because there's a little bit here. Add up. Just gonna go and fix this to the edge of the field anyways. And then we have to somehow go down to the farm by the looks of it. Lift my implement back up. Go down there. This all cleared up here. So yeah, I'm gonna try what do you call it? Automating onions, I guess. With Courseplay at some point. To see what happens. Because I don't know if it'll work or what will happen. But won't be anytime soon. Probably when I get around to buying onion technology, I guess. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's crazy. It's like this map too. People that come to Canada are just like astonished at how open it is. Even some Americans have even commented that way too. That it's just so open. I won't say everyone will say that, but there's quite a few people that do say that. And for me, I'm like, okay. To me, it's just home. That's all I can say. In your Discord. Mining, I don't know. I don't just depends on what you do, I guess. I only say that because I use Terraform, so I suppose how you go about doing it, I guess, you'll probably question on how realistic it is, I guess. The methods that you take. Yeah, I have a problem now because this John Deere guy's not finished. This is a much larger field, that's the problem. I have to think what I want to do. I don't really want to start on this right now. But I want to think. I know what I needed to do. There is another task that I need to do other than just this. I guess I should park him off of the field because the John Deere will be free. I needed to find out if I can actually edit some of the stuff. Where's a good parking spot? I'm gonna park over here because the fence is there. Oh, the edit mode. Because remember, I kept on saying about fences and stuff like that. How do I get in there? I think I have to hit P. Structure. Because I want to delete some fences. This field's done. See, there's this fence in here, right? I don't like it. How do I... to have a delete option? Precision mode. Enter demolition. Oh, V. I have to hit V. Oh! Aha! I'm gonna just take this fence out. Sorta. Can I delete? I can't delete trees yet. I think I'm gonna take the entire fence out. Sorry, Farmer Bob. I'm deleting your fence. And if I can delete it here, can I do it at the shop? Because there's a few things that I gotta delete here. There's the over here. There's like a roadway access here. Oh yeah, these things. Yeah, sell that because it causes problems if I drive like an implement through it. Just bangs into it. I don't know if there's anything else I need to delete here. What we got over here? I'll leave the dog alone. Flowers. Oh, I can delete that. No. I'll leave that alone. I got barbecue set. I don't think I really want... Can I move this? How do you move that? I'm gonna remove the chest set. I'm not big on chess right now. And the barbecue. There. I think that'll be good. Oh, I'll delete this too, because it'll look kind of weird just one on its own. And what that will do is then I can drive in here, turn around, and then drive out this way. Be a bit of a loop. Now, can I paint? Let's do some painting. How do I get in paint? Here. That's sculpting. That's a different color, isn't it? Yeah. Uh, nope. Actually, that's probably the closest that I can get. How about this one? Nope. This one's the closest. It's a different texture. That's why it's looking different. I don't know why I can't paint on that. Yeah, for some reason that stays gray. This out. I'll just line this up like that. That's kind of a weird texture, that one. So, can I change the shape? There we go. This around like that. It'd be good. And I just paint this. Oops. I'm taking the forest bushes out. Like that. Okay, now we put grass in or something. Just increase the size of this. That's good. There's nothing around the house. But oh, I'm gonna put grass around the house. I don't think the painting was done on here yet. So I'll do it myself. I'll go over here. Go here. So I think we're in November. That's why it looks like it's burnt or dead or whatever. But come spring, it'll look better, I believe. We can put in some other plants along the house area. Maybe some sort of flower plant. Or what is this? Just like a hedge. I'm not sure how it'll look till it's growing, but this side, it looks like a lavender plant. There we go. That should be fine. So I guess we won't see until spring. Should probably change the shape of this. We'll put hit in, but that's the size. Oh, it's B. Come there. Just a sporadic amount around. That looks good. I don't know how to look until like spring. This should be actually all grass. I could have put a tree hedge though. There's actually a built-in hedging too with fence. Could have that. I'll leave this alone. Yeah, because I already painted that burnt out grass in there. I have to wait until spring to see what happens. Good enough. All right. Leave that guy there. There's another fence that I need to do. Man, that guy's going to take forever, isn't it? There's a fence over here that I want to edit, but I don't know if I can. Like, right, this fence over here. We have this going like that. That. See if we can edit that, because I don't know if I can. Especially if I want to do horseplay. Go in here. Demolition must be. Nope, I can't delete it. Uh, there is there is add-ons that do it, I think. I have to own the property probably. And that. think I can own that. Actually, that does buy everything. I buy field number 7. I'm gonna have to do some fancy stuff here. I need to bring up my notepad. I don't want to cheat too much. All right, so my current balance is 428.78, 778. I'm gonna try to figure out how to get back to that figure. So if I buy field 7, or can I buy it? See, it seems like it highlights it. Let me hit field 10. That does that. I don't know why it's highlighting it though. What about field 10 is, why is it blinking? Blinking. See, every field that I hit, it seems to highlight this. And field 10 is blinking for some reason. Have a contract that's active. Yeah, well, there's another option that I can do. F12. Delete object input. Does that work? How do I delete though? Should be refueled. I guess my tractor has to be fueled. Oh, that's why it's blinking, because I got bug toggle. Yeah, toggle. Nope, not working. I'll have to go into here. Control easy dev tools, maybe. I've never had to use the delete object option in easy dev tools before. Let's see what the keybind is for it. Camera, vehicle lights, radio, Nextat, harvest pack, terraform, auto drive, force play, easy dev tools. Delete object is, oh, delete. Guess that makes sense, right? Nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Might be stuck. Okay, what else can I do in easy dev tools? Add on. I can buy property in here. That will work. Let's go in. Debug, fieldstone, farmland. What am I on right now? If I go to field 10. Field 10. Yeah, field 10. Okay, and then there's field something 1. Okay, what am I on now? I should be... Let me just stand right here, because maybe I'm grabbing that field over there. Let's, oh, farm... Oh, that would set farmland 1 at... Where is field 1? 5 to... Oh, I don't want that sold off, that's for sure. If I buy this field, does it buy it all? I'll set... I'll buy field 7. Field 7. We'll see what happens. Okay, that's my farm now. See if it did anything. Oh, okay. Says I own it. I think I own it now. That's field 7. No, I don't think it works. Construction. Put that down. Oh, free mode. Oh, well, I can free mode it in here. That's for sure. Nope. Can't seem to move it. Whoa. Oh, that's my machine running out of gas. That's the John Deere. It warns empty. I might have a problem with that. It's gonna be a problem. Let me think here. I don't think I can delete any of that. Too bad. Remove placeables. That, hopefully that doesn't do it for the entire map. Crazy. Goodbye it all. What would that do? Let's do it. There, it's all bought. Nope, it's not. It. Yeah, I can't delete any of this stuff. Too bad. Okay, F12. So I would have to set all of that back to the way it was before. So I own 5, 2, 1, 4, and F5. Everyone else has to be set and owned. So I am out of luck at deleting the fence. Just going through each of the fields and setting it back to NPC. I no longer have it. Plus, no longer have ownership of it. I wonder if I buy the. Can you buy the train station? Oop, I want to do all. I never thought about that. Okay, just go in construction. Heck happened here? Weird. This guy's out of gas. I'll fix him. So probably this here. I'm not sure if you can buy that. See, sometimes when you click on a map, it'll highlight it, but oh. Is there anything that I can buy on here? Nope. Looks like you can buy the railway. Anything else weird on the map that I can probably buy? Nope. I think I'm just out of luck. Get that. Hit F12. Delete object. Toggle the delete object input. Allows the players to tree, log, stump, tail, or vehicle that they are looking at. Feature is only available to the mastery. All cache high 3D files. Here. Store configuration. I think I'm out of luck. So I can't edit that fence, I don't think. Yeah. Unless there's a mod out there that will allow me to do a little bit more, which there is always a possibility that there might be a mod that will allow you to edit those things or delete them. Yeah, I gotta go to the John Deere. Have to get him fueled up. I don't know if he's at. I think he should have at least 5% left. I stopped right here. Are you completely dead? No, he's got some fuel. Go and fill up. 5% fuel left. So hopefully I have enough fuel to get back here. Fill up. A good spraying, yes. Pink. Bit of a nick right there. All right. Let's head back to the field. We'll hook up the implement and I should be able to just hit play. Hopefully it'll pick up from nearest point. Good to go. But what I'm going to do is I'll just back this up a bit before I start it up. So once you hook it up, you get the option for nearest waypoint. Make sure that that is set, and then you hit play. Off it goes. They lifted the implement, so that's good. I don't know if it's going to lower it. Happen. Off it goes. We'll let him go on about his duties. Just going to see what else I have available. Almost considering maybe doing lime. Probably. Not sure the size of I do have some sort of sprayer lime machine. I think that's it right there. That's a sprayer. That's a herbicide sprayer. Maybe I don't have a lime machine. I should be able to afford one. I think I can do that. Okay, what? My other tractor. Gosh, just bought it. Where I left it. Uh, there we go. Don't know what this guy can carry, but well, lime, I guess. I'm looking for a buffer. That's why I'm going to do this. I don't want to start seeding until that John Deere's like done. The heck is that? Oh, I have never used that. Wait, that's not lime. That's fertilizer. Fertilizer spreader. Improve the harvester. Hide. How big is that? 36 meters? Six. Got that. What the heck is this? That's fertilizer only. Have this guy. I thought there was a piece of equipment that had a boom and it put out lime. Like it as a mist. Or am I just insane or something? That's a 40. from the Highland. I thought it was this thing did it. But it says it only does fertilizer or seed or fertilizer. Sorry, solid fertilizer. Maybe it is this, but it puts it out like a mist, maybe? See what else we got in here. What happened to the larger machine thing? Cat. Sprayers. Things do. Herbicide and liquid fertilizer. I'm not sure. I think I'm confused. This one does lime. Farm tech. That's lime. Interesting. I'll look in the mods if you have anything interesting in here I've overlooked. Hollow premium. Nope. Must be a figment of my imagination. Right, so I'll just have to make a choice out of those lime spreaders. We'll just skip up. The fertilizer spreader. So there's usually I go with the Brendel, and then there's this one here. Okay. Oh, that holds 14K. What's the point of using this one? Why is it more expensive? Doesn't have a very large capacity, I'm telling you. That's 9K. Extension. Oh yeah, because this has an extension. So the Brendel is why is big. Now you have up to 14. So the Brendel by all means continues to win. I think Giant should have added an extension on that other one. Because who wants to use that? See, this is 30 meters. This one is what? 36. But people are always going to go with capacity over length, right? Yeah. I think they should have added a larger capacity on. Flotation track. 18 kilometers per hour. Lyman sprayers? No, I haven't seen that yet. Is that a thing? Let me look that up. Looking it up. Maybe I should get that then. Let's go to the mod hub. Oops. Take a look. Because that would be a good one. Does it? Let's see. So be the latest. There's a MX tool pack, fail, flurry and manure pack, multiplayer game sound. There's a class variant. Silage fermenting settings. Seed select. Custom farm logo. Oh yeah, that was a good one. I want to go with. I'm gonna go in game and do it instead of on the website. At least today. I'm gonna stop this. We'll save the game and look at the mod hub. Because if it's there, I'll probably want to put it in. Save the game. Quit. Called sprayers apply lime. Okay. Because if I do that, I could probably put it onto that boom sprayer maybe. Or I already have a sprayer too, so. Let's see here. Latest. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I could probably use that. That says sprayers apply lime is a lightweight mod that adds lime as a valid fill type to all standard and modded liquid sprayers. Universal compatibility works seamlessly with base game sprayers, the vast majority of mod hub sprayers. Clean and efficient, contains no extra 3D modeling or textures, running entirely in the background. Make Lime application universal without ever having to edit individual vehicle XML files. Let's give that one a try then. Okay, that's installed. And there was one other mod that came to mind, was the logo mod, I think. Oh, that probably expects some extra configuration though, because you have to put it into a folder. But I can at least install it now. Put in this thing. It works with precision farming too. Oh yeah, because I was just thinking about that. I wasn't too sure if it would work. Maybe it might fuddle it up. It's installed. This one's going to need some more work, though. I'll have to like create a logo and a folder and stuff, but I think I might put this in. I'll just install it. All right, let's get back to the game and we'll try the sprayer, I guess. Don't need the custom logo thing yet because I don't. Actually, I think you have to install it first and then you. So I'll just activate it now. Fill type extender. But that. Don't need that. Just select all and start. Go. Yeah, so it's going to take some more configuration. I don't know exactly what it does. I know it puts the logo in. Does it put like logos on the side of your vehicles or? I'll have to play with it. I thought, well, that's good for live stream branding, right? Because when I saw that on out there, oh, just on your HUD. Oh, okay. HUD. I still think that would be good. I think if it doesn't put it on vehicles, it's still good though. Because then you got like your live stream branding at least somewhere in the game. So I think I'll give it a try. You said it needs to be a DDS logo. So I probably need to make some adjustments on that. Oh, you got it set up last night? Okay. I'll have so last night's stream. I'll have to check that out then to rewatch your live stream. It'll make it easier. Then I can see how you did it. I just have to follow what you did. All right. Exactly. Oh gosh. My farm. Well, that's interesting. Does this go away? It's like, or does it stay up there forever? Open, close logo menu. Oh, left shift L. Oh, I see. Visibility is, this is some of it. I probably want to hide it. So the hit. The O? Haha. So that's where it would show up, I guess. And then you'd have to go in here and turn it off. You can move it too. Right shift R. I guess you could probably put it anywhere. Around. Okay, well, let's try that out. So the right shift. And okay. So I guess I can probably put it in a good spot. Okay. NM. So I probably would want it over here, probably above the map. And you can set the opacity. That's cool. Okay. Let me just lower this down somehow. Okay. Do that. And then I can make it larger. Sizes and I probably would do that. About that size. And then I'd set the opacity to something else. So, whoops. Did that close out? Oh, crap. Open, close, left shift L. Go. I'll make it a little bit larger. A little touchy. Then I change the opacity. Okay. I don't think it. Oh, there we go. So something like probably about that. Okay. But I imagine it when I put my logo in, right? It'll probably go to this particular spot. I would think, right? I would assume. So if I'm setting it up now, this should work. Hit enter to save and exit. So I guess you can put logo slots 2 to 20. There's several of them, I guess. You have to hit U and I. Slot 2, slot 3, slot. So then, okay, so you set it to a specific slot. So slot 1 and hit enter, it would save it. And then if you go back in, you could probably set another. I don't think I would want my entire game filled up with logos, but I think that's probably what I would do. Have it just like that. And my logo is a bit dark or has a lot of brightness in it. So I think probably the opacity that I have right now would work. I think. I'll just hit it. Yeah, that would work out great. It doesn't affect the tractor or anything. All right. I think we're doing great now. That's going to be fine. That's very handy. I don't know why we didn't have one of those a long time ago. I don't know if any other streamers are using it. I know you're using it. I'm going to use it. If anyone else has used it. I haven't really seen anyone yet. But that's just great. Huh, like it. Okay. Let's get this machine going and that. Have to hit the end button, I think. Oh, get out of here. I'm gonna back up a little bit. Here's waypoint and go. And then we're gonna go back over here and figure out our sprayer situation. We'll try that out. So yeah, I'll have to figure out how to put the logo in. Did you cover the logo installation on your stream? Do that. And hopefully it'll just go right where it says my farm. But if it doesn't, well, figure it out. At least I have a rough idea how it works. That looks... I like that. Okay, where's my factory? Well, we're gonna try filling up the sprayer, I guess. Get this, hopefully it can handle the work. I like this Mercedes-Benz. It's the first time I've gotten around to hooking it up. Oop. The sprayer out. Yeah, this is a fairly large sprayer. I wonder if I have anything in the tank. What is this? Herbicide, I don't... Liquid fertilizer, and all that stuff. Oh, this is the lime station over here. Okay. Well, I'll get working on it, I guess, tomorrow or later. Hey, I got free lime, everybody. Don't you love it when things are free? Right. Fill this up. That's quite a bit of lime. There. Alright, let's go give this a try. It went in, so it must come out, right? How it goes. I would hope. This is kind of cool. Not really, I don't think it's realistic, but cool. Alright. Over here. It's gonna make life a lot easier. Okay. Okay. I'm probably gonna do 2 headlands on one. There. Alright. Let's do this. Okay, do I have to lower this? Is this lower? Turn on sprayer. Oh yeah, I already planted this field, didn't I? Yes, that's the problem. I can't spray lime on a planted field. Forgot about that. I don't think I went on. Did it go? No, it did. Okay, it is work. It just looks weird. I can't see it though. It's putting it on there. I just can't see it visually. But oh, I guess I can. The mini map. Duh. Gosh, I need help sometimes. Okay. It's been around. Okay, we're gonna go and redo this here. Alright. It's working. The pH out. Alright. That was a bit terrifying. Alright, let's do this again. Off we go. Perfect. Yeah, it must be a mod conflict of some sort. But I already planted on this field though, Kiwi. So this field is already planted. So that might be it. Because usually people lime before they plant, right? So I do, but I had forgotten that I had already planted on it. So I have a feeling it could be the map too, because I think the map has some weird textures, so that could be that too. I won't know until I... Holy crap, I went through so much lime already. It's already dumping it out. This is expensive. Yeah, this is going to be super expensive. It holds about 5,000 liters. So maybe it's the size too, perhaps. Okay, we're out now. Go fill up. Probably want one of those big giant sprayers, right? Probably have a much larger capacity. Turn on crop sensors, turn on sprayer. Oh, wait. I can refill from here too, or repurchase lime, so I don't have to go all the way to town. Thinner. That storage is going to get replaced. I'm going to put a corn dryer in, because I do have a corn dryer, or not a corn dryer, a grain dryer. So I do that. I'll sure how much it costs me, but nope. We're at the end here. Perfect. So I'll have to do a lot of filling up, I think. When I get to the end of the field, I'm going to go on to the other field and just spray a little bit of lime on there, just to see if I'm correct. I have a feeling it's because I might have sprayed. Or sorry, I planted. So we'll see. The other thing, this is the most expensive application of lime, because it's the first stage. It's always the first stage of applying lime. That's just how it is. It's just expensive the first time you apply it. But if you keep up on it, like after every single crop planting, that's where it's not so bad. You start saving money, I think, after the initial lime spraying. But it looks great. It's going in evenly. It doesn't seem to be having any issues. Oh, great. Hit that. Just forward. Park on the other side of the road. There we go. Since we're already done that, I will try a little bit of spraying over here. See what happens. Because this is not planted yet. Nope. It's definitely a texture problem. I think it has to do with the map. I think the textures on the map are a little bit different. And I'll explain why. So, actually, it's probably better if I show you inside the tractor. So this was brought over from Farming Simulator 22. And if you look very carefully, you're going to notice that I think the rows go left to right. So maybe it's here, maybe on the side is better. I'm gonna explain here, because this has got fiber in it. Yeah. So I'll go right over here because I can better explain it. So you can see the machine has done a curve. And if you look at the gradient or the way the texture is, it's constantly straight lines. Right? You guys can probably see that. Like it's just straight. And it's not in alignment with the curve. So I think with Giants with FS25, if you go to a standard map, usually if you start working it, it will adjust it should go with the curve if I'm not mistaken. Right? So this is a different texture on here, I believe. Or the texture of the 3D mapping isn't the same or something. So I have a feeling there's like a weird texture. How I want to put it, I guess. That's my guess. That's my guess. I just noticed that everything is too uniform and on this map. And it was brought over from 22. So I have a feeling it has some of the FS22 stuff incorporated. I think. Hit okay. Keep on spraying. Welcome in, Nick Kelly. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Welcome aboard. How are you doing? It's been a while. Hello. There we go. There you go. Everybody, that's Nick Kelly's channel. He's been with me for quite a while too. He live streams as well. Feel free to visit his channel and hit him up with a sub as well. We're back to farming. But I definitely appreciate the super chat, my friend. We're gonna go and fill up the line. You've been busy? Your trip is coming up soon, isn't it? Because I think you said you're doing it in June. Fill this up. There you go. Thank you, Second Chance. Yeah, Nick is supposed to go on a road trip. So coming up soon. Next week, next Friday. Okay, fantastic. I'm hoping that you'll maybe live stream or take pictures. I think you said you're going to do pictures for sure. So I'll be looking for that. You can even post your pictures like on the, remember on the channel post section? You can do that. And then if you live stream, well, that's even better. So Nick Kelly does road trips. I think every year, you said, right? So you got to see parts of the United States. Live streaming and videos? Okay, so there you go. So I'll be watching for those. So what part of the country, again, that you're going to be going through? So that people know what you'll be live streaming or videoing. Let's go through. Anderson, South Carolina. That should be interesting. I've not seen much of California. So I'll be having to watch your videos to see. First spring. Progress. This is going to be really expensive, this field. Yeah, so he's going to do a road trip. Should be good. And I believe you said you do that with your brother every year. So that'll be good. And I think you said this time you're doing hotels, right? Hotels? Not so much camping, I think. Or motels, hotels, motels, whatever it is. Oh. We're out of lime again. This is going to take a wee while, isn't it? Wait. You're going camping now? Okay. That's not entirely unfortunate, though. Especially from the streaming perspective. Most people usually like to see camping outdoors stuff, I think. So from a streaming perspective, I think camping is probably better. Unless the hotel or the motel you're staying at has something, you know, significant or memorable to see. Mind you, the problem with camping though is like battery power, right? So that's the only downside, I suppose. Probably need a in-car, like a charging unit car. Sure you got one of those. I'm not sure how you're going to do if you're doing it on your phone or if you're setting something else up. If it's a phone, then it's just phone charger. But you can get these like little adapters too that you can plug into the cigarette lighter. I think they call it an aux. These days they don't call it cigarette lighter. I don't think any call it like aux port, I think. Anyways, you plug it in there and you can recharge um, your phone as well. Let's see, 3-prong. Actually, I've seen some with 3-prong plugs where you can plug in a laptop or something like that. But you have to be careful that you don't drain your car battery. Because I think I powered a laptop off of one of those once for a 3-prong plug. Charge it. Anyways, just some thoughts. Staying in a cabin and we're going camping, so the trip has totally changed. Okay, well, there's cabins. Cabins generally have electricity for the most part. So it's not bad then. You'll be fine then for electricity. Forward and just part of it. This is going to take a lot of lime. But like I said, with the camping, people do like outdoor stuff a lot. I like watching channels like that do van living. There's some people that like buy like an old Volkswagen van and they'll just live out of the van and they'll just travel all over the country and stuff like that. I've seen that too. That's fascinating. Like a lot of outdoor places that they go to, taking pictures and stuff like that. And then they meet up with people, interview with the people that they meet, show the amenities, the scenery and stuff like that, which is kind of cool. Yep, can do that. There's a channel that I watch too where they tell there's this guy and he goes camping and he tells like spooky stories stuff. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. That you can do. People just have the most interesting stuff. Thinking about getting a used bus and turning it into a camper. Yes, you should do that. And then document and record it. Because people will be interested in seeing you do the conversion. That's a big thing too. You could do that. But a bus would be really cool because then you can go all over the place. And then just do live streams and stuff like that. Visit different places, record videos. A bus is better because it's bigger too, right? Bigger than a van. As then you can bring all sorts of stuff. It's pretty much a RV at that point. So yeah, I definitely encourage you to do that, Nick. I think that would be cool. People like watching that kind of stuff too. And I watched there's a couple of channels that I watched that they just do like conversions. They just do a complete like bus, or they do a camper or a van conversion. It's interesting. Especially if you do like sort of like a step by step showing how you do it and stuff like that. Like recording bits and pieces of how you go about doing it. Because that's a do it yourself project. Because there's always somebody that wants to do the same thing, right? So they get inspired by, what you do and whatnot. Sounds like you're going to have an eventful couple of weeks at least while you're doing that. Yeah, it's probably not the easiest thing to find. Keep in mind it could be a school bus too. Doesn't have to be like can be any type of bus really. The school bus is what you might want to do. Is go to like at least we're here in Chilliwack, we have like what's called a school district office, and that's where all the bus drivers go. And that's where they park all the school buses. So what you could do is find out where all the school buses go in your particular hometown, and then just talk to one of the bus drivers and then inquire and say, "Hey, do you know where some of the old modeled school buses go, or do you know of anyone that is selling a used school bus?" And because they're in the community, right? And that's they might have an idea. Yeah, you can do shuttle buses as well. That works. 15,000 miles on it. That's pretty good, right? Thinking, yeah, that's got to be really good. Good mileage. Oh, oh, look at that. Fancy, fancy. Nope, not quite. Oh, it went right through the tree. That's definitely a crash. Have a hug. Back up. Back up here. Yeah, I don't know either. Um it seems like a small number files, so I think that's so reasonable. I'm going to assume yes, that's probably a good mileage, I think. Okay, let's go spin around. But the shuttle buses are good too. They're a good size. So looked up 15,000 miles at 24. Yeah, that's really low. Like that's really low. It must be like brand new, right? What year is it? I guess that's the better question. $2011. Oh, that's definitely, yeah, that's good. That's good mileage. Definitely good. I mean, my Jeep is like, what is it? I think 2007, and I've got like I think 119,000 um kilometers on it. Here. So yeah, that's good mileage. So I hope I'm not wasting. 143. What year is your Jeep? Mine's 2007. You probably have a Jeep. I have a Jeep Liberty. Out of climbing. 2013 Patriot Latitude. Oh, yours is newer than mine, but you probably use it a lot. You probably travel a lot more than I don't travel that much. A Patriot. Oh, that's in the same family. That's the same family. Patriot is just newer than the Liberty. Because I think the Patriot took over after the Liberty. Mistaken. Let's look it up. Patriot. I'll look at it. Yeah, yeah. It's the same family of vehicle. So the Liberty phased out and then the Patriot took over. The same thing. And then now I think it's the Compass. The Compass is taken over now. So I don't think they make Jeep Patriots anymore. Now I think it's the Jeep Compass. And then the Cherokee. Thing. But I know the Compass is now filling the Liberty Patriot role now. Newer. But yeah, if I was to buy another vehicle to replace my Liberty, I would probably stay in the same family. I've enjoyed the Liberty. And if it wasn't which probably would be the Compass, because like I said, I don't think they do the Patriots anymore. But it's a nice miniature sized SUV, which I like. So it's like kind of having like a Jeep, like a regular Jeep Wrangler, but it's an S. Is what I. Because I'm not partial for a very large SUV. So that's why I settled on the Liberty. Then if I was to go ahead and buy another vehicle, it would probably be the Compass. Running out. $2017. Yeah. And now it's so then that confirms it. If it's done in 17, then the Compass is the new Patriot. So it went Liberty, Patriot, and now it's Compass. Then how it goes. And then what they do after that, I haven't got a clue. Because well, I think I read that they're planning to phase out the Compass, and then it'll be just the Cherokee, I believe. because they had the Compass and the Cherokee, and the Cherokee's always been around, even during the Liberty and the Patriot. So in 2016 December. Either way, it's a great little sports utility vehicle. I like them. Starting to run out of lime. Better. I wonder how our John Deere is doing. It's gonna take me a while to get out the farm. He's gotten quite a bit done, but we still got a lot of green to take care of way out here. I'm gonna go to the end here and come back this way. Yeah, and go back here. I'll start from. Feels like a waste. Do it up a little bit. Crop sensors, turn on. I'll make it to the end. But yeah, I plan to keep my Liberty for a while. I enjoy it. Not a person that is like interested in like, buying the latest, greatest vehicle. I get comfortable with something, stick with it. It's the third vehicle I've owned in my entire life. My very first vehicle was a Ford Tempo. I kept that for quite a while. That was, I think, a 1994. Oh. And then I had a Ford F-150, which I remember if it was in 2007 or 97. Let's say probably a 2007. And then, yeah, 2007 F-150. And I got the Liberty. So I had the Tempo while owning the F-150 too. So and then now I just got like the Liberty. Oh, and with gas prices these days, I don't miss the F-150 at all. Let's put it that way. Be super expensive to fill that thing. Um, they like crazy. It consumes way more fuel than my Jeep Liberty. I am doing well, X-Shredder. Thank you for popping in. How are you this evening, sir? We're doing some lime spreading, by the way, and we're talking about vehicles. I'm using the new mod that Kiwi mentioned. I'm running out of lime. You can put lime into sprayers. It came out today. Drive a 2003 Dodge Ram Eco diesel. $7 a gallon in Washington. Ugh. That's... Why do they call it eco diesel? Is that supposed to be a bit better? Economically friendly, or is it really a different? No. Diesel is pretty expensive too, right? Do you like? I've never had a diesel vehicle, but diesel, you use the same diesel as the big rigs, right? Or is it a different grade? I've always wondered about that. Oh, that's cheaper than Second Chance, for sure. 23, it gets almost 30 miles highway. So probably same diesel. Okay, ouch. Ouch. Yeah, in Canada, let me see here. Let me think. I think we're at about $1.80, 84 a liter ish. I think they're paying about 30 cents more, I think. Diesel drivers or operators are paying 30 cents a liter more than regular gasoline. Which is pretty expensive. Yeah, you save a lot of money by doing that, that's for sure. Now, I will say it has come down. It has come down. How long it stays down, I don't know. So, because I have seen it a lot higher, but still, I wouldn't want, even before everything going on right now with gas, even before, I still wouldn't want an F-150 with the amount that you have to put out for gas. That's just way expensive. So I miss the days when it was like, I think when I first started driving, I saw prices at 30 cents a liter. When I first started driving. Now it's just like crazy. And then there was a time that I had thought fuel is just yes, it's just ridiculous right now. Um, we might see like some saving grace on gas here and there. Um, if by chance they figure out a way to divert fuel and all that and recalibrate everything. But that just takes time. So I don't know. This sucks. 30 on the highway. $1.62 a liter. Okay. Well, our prices are way higher on the West Coast. I'm hitting like $1.84 a liter. But I think it's like nearly on par to what I would normally pay for summer gas. I think. Like 3 weeks ago, gas went up to, what was it? I think, at least in British Columbia, it went up to about $2.09 a liter. So something positive has happened, I think, to bring it down, at least, because I always remember gases before. Yeah, we got a lot of carbon tax over here. So there's that. What else? Refining too. I think some of our gas gets trucked in, so that impacts it. And I know that because people on the island have to pay a ridiculous amount. Oops, I should probably buy some. So yep. And then there's municipal tax too, Shredder. So like not every municipality does this, but in Vancouver, which is like the large city, I believe the municipality has a tax on fuel. So like the mayor and council there or whatever. And then they put that into public transit. So I never fill up when I'm in Vancouver at all. So I don't know. It's just crazy. It's going to make us all cry. They're trying to stop gas tax because the gas prices are too high. Yeah. I believe there's still a carbon tax still on in Canada, but not. I think it's for the truckers though, but that's still pretty bad because the truckers ship the fuel. So I imagine that gets passed on to the consumer somehow in a higher price. And then the same with food too. So there's a lot of stuff, even though that, I may just drive my little Jeep Liberty everywhere, right? Realistically, the truck tax gets still put on me somehow. Spreading here. But I think in Canada, there's probably more taxes. There's definitely more taxes that can roll off, but they won't remove those unless it's absolutely dire necessity, is my guess. Shredder, I don't know if you have a different opinion on that, but that's what I think. Because they'll still want to collect as much tax as they can. So in their mind, they think, okay, how much do we think we can get away with taxing people before we get lynched? Probably goes through their brain. But if we literally were running off of like reserves or something like that, I probably would see all the taxes probably come off if we were running on reserves. Okay, I just hit something. I hit a tree. Ah! Gotta fold this in. Man, that thing really swings in. There we go. But Canada produces its own gas. So, and then we also get gas from the States. So we would never have to utilize a reserve. The carbon tax is still there. It's just hiding in the legal jumbo from the government. Yeah, exactly. So technically they could claw all of that back if they wanted to, but they won't. They'll only do it if it's like an ultimate emergency or if there's an extreme hate for government officials at that point, which I don't think we're at that state right now. So, I mean, people are not happy with high gas prices and stuff, but I don't think you'll see like anarchy yet. Let's see. All I know is us Americans complain about gas prices. They'll buy it. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think we talk about it, right? And we do get upset, but I don't think we get as passionately upset as Americans, I don't think. I think most Canadians usually, I would say, adjust their behavior or just suck it up, I guess. So I don't know. I think it would take some very extreme stuff for us to like really get really irate. I think. I can't speak for all Canadians, but so we're definitely concerned about it and we do get upset about it, but probably not as much. So, and that's probably why we still have some carbon tax put on. Yeah, I got no choice really. Yeah, well, there's that too. I think for me, and I can't speak for anyone else, Shredder might have a different perspective because he's from Saskatchewan and he's a Canadian. I think we tolerate the carbon tax because we know that it does actually pay for some services and stuff. At least that's my thought on it. Shredder might have a different opinion. Yeah, there's that too. So it kind of differentiates. So Alberta's not happy with the Canadian government. And I can understand some of the grievances. I still don't want them to separate, though. That way. Um, I still think that they should get a pipeline, though, but even though it comes through my backyard, I still don't think the Prince Rupert thing is a good idea, though. I don't know. I'm not, I know well, I guess they could probably squeak it through there, but I don't see them going up and down that one area there. That's the only thing on that one with that pipeline. South Coast would be fine. Maybe they can get the other routes to work. But with some of the northern routes that are newly proposed, I wonder if they're more risk. Because I know that there was like some up the river. Like there's a river area, and I'm like, what? Now, granted, it would get approval because there's bans that will approve that. I'm getting off topic a little bit here, but oh well. I'll just try to finalize my thought. But anyways, I was like, how the heck would you get a super tanker up the river? Right? So, I don't know. Started thinking, well, they should just maybe just do the Prince Rupert thing. Because if you have to do the river system, you'd have to dredge. Because there is a river up there by Prince Rupert. And I think there was a few First Nations that were fine with that. And I thought, well, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out. I know that down in Vancouver, they're doing dredging. So southern route would be okay. No. I just would like to see a pipeline go in. I think it's needed. It's just very difficult to make sure everything goes in where everybody's happy. I think going to, I'm not too sure how that Churchill one is going to work out. That one seems to get more, support now. We'll have to see. But anyways, a pipeline should go in. East Coast direction one. Like there's always this focus on the West Coast and everything like that. We already got a West Coast pipeline, but I don't know why they don't do East Coast one. But either way, a pipeline hopefully a pipeline gets built. So I have a feeling it will happen. It's going to take a while, I guess. Forward. Oh, I haven't really been. Oh, in Saskatchewan? I don't know what's going on in Saskatchewan. I do see Scott Moe on TV looking very sheepish sometimes. But I'm not too sure what's going on. Oh wait, are you in Manitoba or Saskatchewan? I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. Because then that's two different governments. Because there's, if it's Manitoba, that's Rob Canoe. He's a completely different guy. And Saskatchewan. Okay, yeah, so Mo. Yeah. Yeah, I see him, like, he talks and stuff, but I notice sometimes he looks a little, sort of a little sheepish. I don't know. Maybe it's just a personality thing or whatnot. I don't know. Like, I have heard him talk, and usually he's pretty confident, but on the big panels and stuff like that, he he seems a bit sheepish. But I really don't know how well of a premier he is or anything really. I mean, every premier has their faults. How bad they are, I don't know. The territorial premiers, I have no clue about any of them. Either. Maybe I should watch like CTV Saskatchewan or something like that. Like you have to kind of watch the provincial news channel really to get the specific information on each area. I usually watch, let's see here, I watch CTV, well, Global BC actually. And then I watch, I think there's Toronto, and then I watch Edmonton or Calgary, the two there. They watch that one. But the news is different everywhere. For sure, Mr. Kiwi. Thank you for stopping in, sir. Oh yeah, we're getting up to about 1 a.m. I'm probably going to call it a live stream in 8 minutes. You get the talking and you lose track of time. But I will say I'm kind of interested in that Churchill corridor thing myself. I mean, I call it like, it sounds like a resource corridor to that concept. I think that would be a huge success, but I don't know how many people feel about that one. It sounds interesting. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm probably going to send my people to you. When I close up my live stream, I'll do a redirect to you. But there is one thing that I want to check out. Once this gets emptied out, I want to check to see how much the grain dryer is, because I did put that mod in. See what it's going to cost. Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't know that. Like, I don't hear very much at all But mind you, I'm not watching Saskatchewan news. I should start watching. Then I get a better idea. It's kind of the same thing in Alberta too, because they have the same concerns about schools and healthcare. In BC, we have, I think, some healthcare issues. But I don't think we're as bad as we were before. Um, give or take. And schools probably are getting, like, we've got like projects on the go sort of thing. So there's actually investments to go in and put more schools in and stuff. It's in certain areas. Um, at least something is getting done, I think, is what I think is happening. But I think a lot of British Columbians would have preferred that it would have happened a little sooner, because there is like an expectation of how much housing is supposed to be put in. And I think there's been so much housing put in to the point that it um it hasn't caught up yet, I guess, as the saying goes. So and then there has been some doctor shortages, but there was some measures to grab some more doctors, and we have seen some increases, but how much of an increase, I don't know. So it's kind of mixed. A lot more is always welcome and could be done, I think. I think across Canada, probably, pretty much. Put this guy over here. Okay, it's not that bad here. If I go to I sometimes waits. Trying to think here. I would say is about, I think the most that I had to wait was 4 hours at an emergency. Sometimes it can be less than that. So that would be better. Definitely better than waiting an entire full day. Right? Does anyone know how to get the sound to work in OBS? What do you mean? I'm gonna see what the new corn dryer is. Because you have to put an audio source in, by the way, Nick. So you would have to hit, like, under sources, you have to hit the plus sign, and then there's an audio input capture. Yeah, so you need an audio input source put in. And you need to do that for each of your items, or your so you need one for your microphone. So an input capture for your microphone. And you need one for whatever you're broadcasting. So if you're playing a video game, you need one for that too. This one is Western Australia. Um Rickus Grant. Nice to meet you, by the way. Yeah, and there's lots of videos on that will show you how to do it. So, but quick answer is you need to put in an audio source for your microphone, and you're going to need an audio source for the video game or whatever, if there's anything else that you're showing. So just remember that. Uh, yes, there is a Western Australia version for 19, but if you're on console, I don't think you can play it. Australia, because the size is different. I don't think they had a 2x version on 19. I think it was a 16x Western. I'm looking it up right now. FS. And then FS22 had all. Oh, they did have a 4x version though. Yeah, it's on PC. For 19, it's on PC because they never made one for. I don't think they ever made a 2x version for 19. FS22 is the first time that they did one that was for console, and then I'm on 25, and that's console. So the one I'm playing on right now is for FS25. Is so. Because Farmer Bob is the one that does it for console. But I don't think he ever did. He never did one for 19. So I'm sorry, Rickus Grant. Yeah, so you can, if you're on PC, you'll be fine, but you'll have to download it, like it, because it's a large map. It's a 4x map. Myself, I played the 16x version. I had FS19 doing a production. Might be a rain. Oh wait, that Cooper. But it would be, like I said, the same size. So if you had like a PC, you'd probably play this 16x or 4x version. It's the same design map. It's just a little larger, or way larger, I guess. So I enjoy it. I played it on 19 at first, and then I moved on to 22 and played it. Trying to find my grain dryer. I don't know where it would be. Is this it? Finding distribution silo. It might be under. I got a lot of my PV River stuff in. But I do get a lot of enjoyment out of the Western Australia. A lot. Here we go. Selling station. AGI, grain. So this is where I would sell it, I guess. How big is that? So that's the sell point. How much does that cost? 5,000. pretty small. How about the actual dryer itself? I'd have to put that down somewhere. This. Oh, here we go. Farmer's market. This station allows you to sell various crops. I want to sell in greenhouses. It might be under silo. Aquaculture. Back. Think. What's this? That's a multi-fruit silo. Factory. I think it looks like a silo. That's a AGI dryer. So it cost me about 300,000 to put that. And then that would run on propane. Oh, that thing is huge. So that would take up that entire thing, I guess. I need a spot to put this. I put in propane to it. I would be good to go. So I'm going to put one of these down at some point. I might need to sell a shed, or this shed could probably be sold. And then I could just put it right here. That would look good. And then that equipment would need to be stored over here or inside this. That would probably be the plan. So 305,000. And it'll take a lot, pretty much all the crop. And then dry it. And then I get like a bonus to sell it. Is sort of how it works. So. But right now I'm kind of like at about $416,000. So I'm probably going that quite. Have to hold off. Production menu. And I don't know what this thing is for. No vehicles available. Let me drive a vehicle in there anyway. See, I'm thinking this thing is huge. There's like 2 bays. So I could probably sell this. I guess. That's a repair. This is a repair facility. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I can I repair 2 vehicles at the same time? Let's take the truck out. I think I'm better off selling that other shed. I think that's. Let's see what happens if I put this in the trigger. Both of them will show up, right? Yeah, so all 3. That's actually pretty handy. I would hate to sell this. I might keep this and I'll get rid of the shed. Because, like, I don't really need all of this stuff over here. Like, all of this stuff could get moved to the other side, right? And then I could plop it down here. So I think this would be a better spot to put it. Because why sell that repair bay? That it's fairly large for a repair bay, but take up a lot of space. But it's interesting that I got 2 spots to repair, right? So if I've got like a multiple of vehicles that need repairing, look at how much space I've got to shove in here, right? So, and it's acting like a parking stall too. Whereas this shed, you know, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't have any solar panels on it, so I'm not making any money off of it. So I think this would be more viable to sell. Right? What do you guys think? Yeah, I'll take this out of the way here. I'll try moving some of that stuff out of here. I'll move it over here. So this out here I could leave out here, and then the just want to see how it looks. Take it all out. Because at the end of the day, this field over here is going to eventually become a cow farm and other stuff. So eventually I'll be working in there. Whereas this shed, I don't think I need it. Is this a trailer? Yeah, it's a trailer. I can probably take this stuff. Are there any seeds in there? Oh, there isn't any. I guess I could probably pick up all that. Oh. Back this up. Just fill this sucker up. Get the seeds out of there. Did I get all of it? Nope. Not all of it. I can probably move this onto this side. I can even park it in here if I want. Oh, I don't have the turning ability there. I'll probably put it into this shed. Good. Oh, hitting the edges. Do I have 2 doors? Oh, yeah, I do. Interesting. Put them like this, I guess. For now. I don't need to park it too fancy like. This stone picker will get sold because I have one on the mod hub that I'm going to use probably. This just came with the farm. Actually, I think I got stones turned off. If I've got stones turned off, I might just sell it and not bother buying. I'm rambling here. Get this out of here. That cultivator probably will get sold, or if it's a plow, definitely get sold. The roller for now, I probably. Wonder if I can pick that up on the tree. Yeah, I'll probably back up. Like that. This little tractor's pretty handy if you ask. Okay, let's go grab another one. Da 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 da. Does this piece hold it up? No. Yes, it can. Oh my gosh, that's heavy. All right. Let's just lower that down, I guess. Okay. I have to hit V. That's crazy. I guess I won't be using this. Must be like a plow or something. Let's do this. Okay, can I lower that? No, I can't. No, it's a cultivator. Man, that thing is heavy. All right, well, we'll just leave that alone. I can't move that. I would need weight. Park this over here. All right. I think I'm going to set my redirect up. We'll get everybody over to Kiwi as he's live streaming. Back here to set that up. I went a little bit over. Yeah, 16. Go in setting. This has been a great live stream. So I'll be back on Sunday. Yeah. And I'll be on the Montana or sorry, Manitoba map. Got Montana on the brain for some reason. But we will send you guys over to Kiwi. I will be over there as well. Like to jump in and say it's good fun. Prep. All right. So thank you everybody for hanging out with me today. It's been a great conversation. Glad to see a lot of people hanging out in chat today. So we'll get you guys over to Kiwi. I'll be over there as well. I'll be saying hi and in chat and stuff like that. We'll catch you all in the next one. Adios.